Welcome to the Vault Excel, everybody. Thank you for joining me. This is a two-part update pertaining to the Kansas City 3 men. Preliminary reports are back. Toxicology reports, rather. Before I go into that content and the FedEx driver who's gone to court to get his fate for dumping packages back in December of 2021, I'm going to give you a few updates. Thank you for joining me. Rocky star Carl Weathers has passed away at the age of 76. He was known for Predator, Mandalorian, and Arrested Development. So for those of you who have followed his career, the African-American actor Carl Weathers has passed away at the age of 76. Thank you for joining me. Also an update coming out of Florida of a small aircraft that crashed into a mobile home park. 3 individuals have perished in this plane crash. The plane crash was in Clearwater, Florida. The pilot passed away and 2 people on the ground passed away, for those of you who may be in the Clearwater, Florida demographic. Now to my first story. Thank you for joining me. Hope everybody's well out there. FedEx driver who dumped $40,000 worth of packages before holidays ordered to pay $805 for the theft. The FedEx driver who threw 400 packages valued at almost $40,000 into the Alabama ravine had pleaded guilty to theft, Blount County Courthouse told USA Today. According to the Blount County Courthouse, 24-year-old DeAndre Rashawn Charleston pled guilty to 1 count of 4th-degree theft of property, a misdemeanor. Charleston was ordered by the court to pay $805 for 1 count of 4th-degree property theft. Blount County Courthouse confirmed he was originally charged with 5 counts of cargo theft, but 4 were dismissed. Charleston would have to pay $605 in court fines only for the dismissed charges, according to Blount County Courthouse. So confused at that. We are very pleased that the DA's office in Blount County considered all the evidence, more importantly, the circumstances of DeAndre's life and his personal situation. And what is that exactly, his personal situation? Most people probably won't care what he had going on, because the point is, if you didn't like your job, you should have declined to work for FedEx. Since this incident, DeAndre has proved through his actions he was deserving of a non-custody sentence. He is a fantastic young man with a bright future, quote unquote. Wow. What originally happened? Alabama law enforcement said that Charleston, a former FedEx contract driver, confessed in December 2021 to disposing of hundreds of packages in a nearby ravine. Charleston, a resident of Adamsville, Alabama, has admitted to dumping packages in 5 separate incidents between November 17th and the 24th of 2021. During a press conference, Sheriff Mark Moon from Blount County confirmed that Charleston cooperated with law enforcement. Moon told reporters at the press conference that 153 packages worth approximately $15,000 were connected to victims, while 247 packages worth about $25,000 were unidentifiable or couldn't be scanned to determine a victim. I find that strange. Find that very strange, because all packages should have a barcode so they can be tracked, and most people want their packages tracked anyway, so that's very odd. Now, don't tell me he took the strips off. Just curious. Okay, what happened to the packages? The sheriff's office confirmed that deputies guarded packages found near Hayden in north central Alabama. FedEx workers later picked them up. Now, imagine that. People who are already running around working for FedEx, either inside of the plant or delivery, driving the trucks around all day, climbing up stairs, yards, rain, sleet, snow, being chased by barking dogs, afraid to go in yards of barking dogs, ferocious dogs, to only now have to go down to a damn ravine and retrieve America's packages. Just saying. FedEx delivered the recovered packages and resolved the damaged shipments. The security of our customers' shipments is a top priority, and we are committed to treating our customers' packages with the utmost care, FedEx said in a statement at the time. This article originally appeared in the USA Today. FedEx driver who dumped 40,000 worth of packages before holidays ordered to pay $800 for theft. Was this a just rendering by the judge? The lawyer sitting here saying, well, he's a great guy, blah, blah, blah. Well, he wasn't too great the month of November of 2021, because instead of him deciding to do his job properly or just walk away from the job, he dumped these people packages. These people have paid for these packages. They were awaiting their packages. They probably had ordered things for Christmas to give to others, themselves, or personal items. The point is, if you don't like your damn job, forfeit the job. But this is what's wrong with the world right now. People are in jobs that they know they don't like for whatever reason, okay? You could be a healthy person going into trying to be a delivery driver for FedEx, Amazon, whomever. You realize it's not for you. You don't like all the work, the climbing, the jumping in and out, and safety reasons, whatever. Then just say that. I decline this position. I no longer want to work. I'm giving you my notice. You don't even have to tell them anything. Just give your notice, keep it moving. So Queen has tallied up the exact amount of what he has to pay total for the $40,000 worth of packages. Thank you for joining me. 805 for the one count of theft, fourth degree property theft, $805. $655 is owed for court costs for the dismissed charges. Make me understand. The total is, drum roll, the grand total is $1,460. So for the $40,000 dumped in a ravine, workers have to come out there in the winter to retrieve the damn packages going downhill, then come back uphill, then load them into the truck. $1,460 is the due bill. I'll just let that sit right there. Thank you for joining me, everybody. Imagine the people who had to go down the ravine to retrieve the packages. We're going to get to him in a minute about what he did. But imagine the nice people who went down there to get your packages back up to the truck. They deserve more than just applause. They deserve damn restitution. How about that? Let's keep it real. Hello, everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining me. Because it takes a lot to go downhill or be outside in certain elements to do anything. I don't care if it's cutting grass, cutting down a tree, building a house. It's all the same. We don't even know how steep the ravine was. So how steep was the ravine? What was the wording to the people to say, hey, we've got a job for you if you like. We need you to go out to this ravine in Alabama to retrieve these packages. So how can I word this? Was it mandatory for workers to do it? Number one. Number two, were the workers all from the state of Alabama or from other jurisdictions and states to go down there to retrieve the packages? Because see, a lot of times when we hear things, we really don't put a lot of thought into what we're listening to. This is why I always tell people to always pay attention to the details. We don't know if it was mandatory, a part of somebody's shift, off day to go down there to retrieve the packages. Did they get any type of compensation? Overtime for retrieving the packages? Were they local drivers going down there? What say you, FedEx? And I just got information today that UPS will be laying off 12,000 workers in Atlanta, Georgia. Now imagine that. I believe that's the headquarters. 12,000 people will be laid off from UPS. So if you think you have problems because of the weather that we just had 2 weeks ago, getting your packages, you can sure enough cry now about slow service. And that's not including the debacle with the U.S. mail service. They can't seem to get packages to either states. Here in Tennessee, Ohio, and other jurisdictions that have been complaining about slow mail, no mail. So I don't know if it's safe to just say get a P.O. box or what. What are we saying? But somebody still has to sort the mail to put it in the damn P.O. box at the post office. This is just the Queen's update. So Mr. DeAndre has to pay $1,460 total of a $40,000 dump down a ravine. Now, DeAndre, where are you going to work now? Because that was December 21. Where are you working now? What are you doing now? I'm curious. And the fact that this attorney had the nerve to say his situation, well, what was his situation to make him drop those packages down there? Let's talk about DeAndre for just a second. Thank you for joining me. The time it took DeAndre to unload the packages and dump them down the ravine, he could have delivered them. Ding, ding, ding. Anybody paying attention? Is there anybody there? Can somebody hear the Queen? DeAndre. The time it took you to unload the packages, Dodo Bird, and dump them down the ravine, you could have delivered them. Ding, ding, ding. This is how stupid you are. Obviously, you don't have any common sense. Say it again, Queen. Common sense. Think about that for just a second. You are dumping hundreds of packages. Let's get a number count, shall we? 400 packages valued at $40,000 in an Alabama ravine. Thank you, dear. I wish it was that beautiful, but I appreciate it. I want you all to imagine 400 packages. That's flat screens, small boxes, big boxes, little boxes, just dumped. So imagine going to the truck, loading, unloading the packages. The same it took to load the truck. Then you got to ask yourself, how big was the truck? Tractor trailer size, assumingly? So you pulled over where? In a rural area? You didn't think about being caught? See, these are the things that make no sense to the human mind. You're so frustrated about doing this damn job. You're upset that you've got to unload, but you knew what it took when you signed up for the job. And I'm sure the people told you this is a vigorous position. You're going to be going uphill, downhill, going into the belly of the beast. You're going to go into yards where they possibly have dogs running, chained dogs, rain, sleet, snow. Sir, are you sure you want to do this job? You had to take a physical. Ding, ding, ding. You passed. Sir, you're going to be getting in and out of the truck, sir. And I'm sure you had a quota to meet as well. Because I'm sure they want you to put out so many packages per hour. Ding, ding, ding. And this Dodo Bird on this fateful day said, the hell with it. I ain't delivering all them packages. But you still took the time to unload 400. So you must have been high. Were you smoking marijuana? Because folks know they love them a doobie. So I'm just curious. You just sat back, turned the radio on, dumped a few packages, sat back down, smoked a joint. What did you do? Soda pop, Cheetos, what? Talked on the phone to your friends? I'm confused. I am confused. DeAndre Rayshawn Charleston, 24 years of age, pleaded guilty to 1 count of 4th-degree theft. Now, I want to talk to the district attorney. You basically told the court and the world that those other people out there who ordered all those packages, they ain't hitting on shit. Their money ain't worth shit. That's what you said. 1 count? 1 count at $805? And the packages are worth $40,000? The items that people purchase? And do you really want something electronical given back to you that was thrown down a ravine? Now let's ask this question. How many people had to return the item that was repackaged by FedEx. Shut your mouth. Open it up. Look pretty in the box. Turn it on. Work all of 2 days, 3 days, you have to send it back. I'm just saying. $1,460 was the grand total of his due bill to the court, restitution. $805 for the one count of fourth-degree theft, property theft, and $655 in court costs for the dismissed charges. What's the difference? I'm confused. If you go to court for theft of throwing them all out, aren't you standing in court for all of theft? I'm confused at how you all came up with this number. $655 for the dismissed charges, $805 for the one count. Then that means it's a joke, basically. $805 plus $655. So he stood in court for the dismissed charges because it was a bunch of charges at first. So I guess, like they said, he pled guilty to what the district attorney put before him. It's still nothing when you tally up $40,000. So as we look back at the case that I'm covering out of Texas with Javon Major and Sandy Broussard, the funeral home hoaxers, if they've only stolen, let's say, $50,000 from people and scamming them out of funeral home money, just imagine what they will get down the road when they go back to court. They already got out on a $10,000 bond, Mr. Javon. He only had to pay $1,000. So how is that right? If you're accused of stealing, let's say, $25,000, you get to walk free for $1,000. Has forfeit bonds of 7 times. So what fool would give him a bond knowing he's forfeiture 7 times? Stupid judges. See, this is where people would be biased against women, saying, you know, golly, these women just letting this guy walk free after he scammed people for, scammed a person for funeral home money. That's probably one charge. That's not including all the other people who've come forward saying he's scammed them out of money, didn't do a good service, abuse of corpses. So what's going to happen down the road with those other people? You then got to now go find him again to bring forward these other people's charges. So I just want you to think about that for just a second. You're abusing corpses, stealing from people, forging documents. That's going to be different charges per person, per allegation, okay? So if he's out on bond right now for, let's just say, one person's charge, what about the other people? Because they got it at about 50 different people. So everybody now has got to go to the district attorney's office to file charges against this little fat Teletubby, him and his little girlfriend, Miss Broussard, and I guess Family Care too. They got you looped in there too with the scheme. So imagine all 50 plus people running to the courthouse to file charges, and we got a stupid ass judge that lets you out on a $10,000 bond. You only have to pay $1,000. At what point is the judge going to say, well, I guess I'll leave him inside the jail? Sandy too. Sandy's on parole until 2040. I can't even see that far down the road. Hell, I did good to make it into 2024. So what did Sandy do to have to be on parole until 2040? How much time did she get on that previous charge? How much time did she do in prison to be held for until 2040? I'm confused. And I believe these are 2 black judges. Now, I'm in racist against my own kind, but damn, what is your problem? 2 judges, 2 black judges. What are you women's problems? I'll stand corrected if it's only one of you black. See, you all are sick. You're part of the problem too. So you can't talk bad about the people in the street that commit crimes when you aid them by giving them bonds and letting them walk free. Even when you give them pretrial release, ankle bracelets, all the same, they're still free. And guess what? Ding, ding, ding. They can cut the bracelet off, Judge. See, it'd be different if somebody walked into the court, said, I didn't do this. They have no other prior record of theft, forgery, and then you gave them a bond. But you gave a bond, 2 different judges, to 2 people with extensive criminal backgrounds for felonies and forfeitures of bonds, not showing up for court, all that type of shenanigans, going to court. That damn Sandy, they got her at least 11 charges she done of felonies. They had at least 11 mugshots up on the screen. And she's on parole. How did you miss that? So then we go over here to this little bebop over here, DeAndre. He's now free. Don't have to pay back $1460 off of $40,000 of packages. See, the judicial system is just as crooked as the people out here scheming, scamming, hurting people. And let's think about the people who've done worse than forgery, theft, forging documents, stealing identities. People who've murdered people, they get a bond. They also get small amount of time in jail and prison, time served. Then they get long probation. They might do 2 or 3 years in jail or prison, and then they get maybe 7, 8 years on parole. But that's not compensatory to the person that's dead. They're gone. So the legal system is backwards. And these judges need to have their tail whooped, as black folks would say. Whooped. You need your tail whooped. Because both have extensive criminal backgrounds. And you can explain logically why you're going to let somebody go who's on parole. Now, I'm going to ask the judge, did it not come back that Sandy was on parole? Let me guess. She's on parole in another state. Because I got a feeling they're doing state-to-state funeral scams. So I pray that anybody that sees these 2 getting in their inbox on Facebook, TikTok, don't reply and turn their profile over to the local authority, FBI, whomever. Because they're not going to stop. And I doubt he won't even show up to court for this latest charge coming out of Texas, Houston, Texas. He'll probably stay on the run. He'll probably set up shop in some other little small jurisdiction like Mississippi, $2 Louisiana. They'll go find somewhere, Hitville, where there ain't but a few people that live in the town and set up shop again. And then we'll be hearing from those people how they got hoodwinked by Javon, Jamal, and Sandy. Because they're going to keep this scheme going. It took 8 months to bring these 2 allegedly to justice, which it ain't no justice because they're free. So imagine what they were doing during the 8 months of police investigating these crimes. Stealing, okay? Hoodwinking, bamboozling people. Now they're free, bonded out of jail. They'll still be doing the same damn thing. So if you see these 2 jokers in your inbox talking about, I can help you with your funeral expenses. I can give you a nice funeral for your mom, your dad, your sister. Run like hell and report them. And as for Miss Diane Brown out of Bay City, Texas, with Family Care Mortuary, run from that heifer too. Because families say she's in cahoots as well. And oh, by the way, Javon, don't nobody care nothing about you closing that damn IG up for a private, putting it on private. Because Queen is making sure that your name stays in the know. Yes, because we've already contacted Click 2 News today about Mr. Michael Jefferson. When you stole his video content for your IG page and TikTok business or whatever. So as Mr. Michael Jefferson said last night on my panel, I may not have gotten money stolen from Sandy and Siobhan, but it's still copyright infringement. You using my material on your videos as if it's yours. And the public needs to know that, because we heard from other people during the press conference that you were taking other people's videos and showing these people as if it was your own. So it's still a crime. And anybody should have known you were a crook when you said, oh, I'll give you a carriage for free. Who's going to bring out a carriage to carry a dead person in for free? Nobody. No damn body. That's my latest development pertaining to DeAndre Rayshawn Charleston, 24, of Alabama. He was ordered to pay $805 for fourth-degree property theft of dumping FedEx packages down a ravine in December 2021. Or rather, November 2021. Pled guilty in December 2021, excuse me. Next story, the infamous Kansas City 3. I cannot wait till this is over with. I'm glad some news has come back, because I'm tired of talking about these people. It's no disrespect. I'm just tired of I'm tired of all of this, because it's daunting. Reports have come back that illicit drugs were in the systems of these three men, Mr. David, Ricky, and Clayton. Condolences to the family. Do not know what the end result is going to be, but one thing we do know, there's some smoke in the city, most definitely. And what is going to happen with Mr. Jordan Willis? Because, Jordan, with the information that I'm about to play, it shows me that you have lied, which I thought you had anyway. And I'm going to play that said content, and then I'm going to give you my commentary after both audios. News Nation is the source for both pieces of information. Thank you for joining me. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $BigAngie, 129 Cash App. Stickers and chats are always welcome during the live stream. Make this content count. Like, share, subscribe. Please go to my community board for said updates and polls. Let's get started, everybody. Cuomo is the host of this information. Lord have mercy.
This is certainly not over. All right, so what do we know? 3 young men in their 30s.
Wait, 1 second.
All right, let's start with what matters here. Breaking news, okay? We now know what killed these 3 men in Kansas City. How it happened, who else might be in danger? Those are the questions, but this is certainly not over. All right, so what do we know? 3 young men in their 30s found dead in the backyard of a friend who survived. Didn't make sense. Why? No sign of foul play. One of them upright in a chair, one of them without a coat, frozen in the cold. Didn't make sense until you see the blood. Let's go to News Nation's national correspondent, Alex Capriel.
Hold up. What you talking about, blood? Who said anything about some blood? I haven't heard anything about blood, sir. So what are you talking about? Blood where, Cuomo? On the victim, out the mouth, out the nose? Frozen blood, where? Because they were frozen allegedly. So where was blood? Here we go.
Oh, in Kansas City, Missouri, for the latest. It's a big scoop. What do you know?
Yeah, big scoop, and certainly unexpected. We were told that these toxicology reports would not come back for at least another 3 to 5 weeks, but little did we know that they would be delivered to the families, at least the information that was within inside of them, to the families. Basically, what I've heard from my sources who are connected to these families tell me that detectives from KCPD called them, told them that the preliminary toxicology reports have come back to their desk, and it shows that there was a mixture of cocaine, fentanyl, and THC, also known as marijuana, that was in their systems. Now, the families themselves have not actually had new copies of these toxicology reports. I think that's still going to take some time, but I think this is what you've been alluding to for the past couple of days. These families deserve at least some sort of closure, some sort of answers, and it appears that KCPD did that today.
So, Alex, good.
Jordan's chemists. They all knew him as that. It was easy for them to go have fun.
Drug
But
chemist.
he up. He made a mistake. Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay, well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna make
Let's
this.
go back to that comment again.
From high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better.
So he was making drugs in high school? What are you saying? What the hell am I listening to? Jordan was known from high school as the drug chemist. So what are you saying, sir? That he was known in high school for concocting stuff to make you feel good? Are you all hearing this? You said high school. He's grown now. So what are you saying? He was the mad scientist as a teenager?
Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay, well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you, and handing them out.
Handing them out. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
So, Alex, look, this is this guy's opinion. He is from the community. He may know this guy, Jordan. You know, this is going to be part of the investigation. But what's the word from the families about what this means to them and what they want next?
I mean, every single family member that I've spoken to say that they're still devastated. This is still an unexpected death to befall their family, but it is a sense of relief that they are getting some sense of answers moving forward.
Lord
Yesterday was the first step, just meeting with the Platte County prosecutor, knowing that an investigation is indeed going on. Now, they're no closer to a finale or a wrap of this investigation, but they met with the prosecutor. Now, the very next day, they get some preliminary results from the toxicology report. And so I think it is heading in the right direction, and that brings them some sense of relief.
Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to News Nation Net.
Lord have mercy. God help us all. Cuomo starts this commentary off talking about blood. You left that wide open, baby. Blood where? Oh, Jesus, I can't. Let's go back.
Matters here. Breaking news, okay? We now know what killed these three men in Kansas City. How it happened, whom else might be in danger, those are the questions. But this is certainly not over, all right? So what do we know? Three young men in their 30s found dead in the backyard of a friend who survived. Didn't make sense. Why? No sign of foul play. One of them upright in a chair, one of them without a coat, frozen in the cold. Didn't make sense until you see the blood.
Until you see the blood. All this time, we never got any information about what was seen back there. Never got information about what was seen by that girl, the fiance, I believe, of Mr. McGinney. So who gave testimony that blood was seen? Who's talking here? David's sitting upright. Two are lying in the grass. Don't know the circumference or the footage from David to them. Cuomo's talking about blood seen. A cousin is talking about Jordan being known as a chemist from high school. He could make you feel good, mix you a concoction of something. So we have to ask ourselves, what is he concocting and what has he been concocting since high school? I'm trying to make sure I'm repeating everything correctly. So, sir, I'm going to ask you, was he making drugs in high school? Selling them to the children or giving it away for free? Fast forward. The drugs found in the victims, free drugs or they paid for the drugs? Were they drugs administered by Mr. Jordan by hand or laced inside of the marijuana? Fentanyl, THC, and cocaine were found in their systems, all illegal. Marijuana is only legal in certain states. So now we have to ask, is it legal in Kansas City? I do not know. This is a hot butter mess, because I don't think this information is a surprise to some of the people who have spoken. I think some of the people left out the fact that they knew these guys got high, did not want to tell the general public that they got high. I think some waited to say anything because they didn't want to tarnish the other guys by any means, to say, well, I know that my cousin or brother gets high. So then people would start to say, well, why would this guy be hanging with this guy if he knew his friend or friends got high? As some of you like to say, birds of a feather. Because is it really a good idea to hang with people who use drugs? People do. You know, people still connect with people who get high on drugs. They per se don't get high, but they still have friends and family members who get high, and they still deal with them, talk with them, go places with them. Some people do it, some people don't. So how many family members already knew when they heard that they were deceased, they already knew they used drugs, but they refused to tell the media that they knew that they used drugs? The fact that Jordan has turned himself into a rehab allegedly, no proof that he's in one, but anyway, let's just say he is. Was this a tactical move by himself and his attorney? Did he recommend himself to go, or did the attorney recommend him go? Has he told the attorney everything that happened that night, half truth, whole truth, bits of the truth? Is this his way of trying to avoid prosecution in case down the road the district attorney decides to bring charges against Mr. Jordan Willis? Is this a tactical move for sympathy and later prosecution? The next information you're about to hear is going to show you that Jordan has been lying to the public, the family members. Thank you for joining me. Content number 2. Oh, Lord have mercy. What is this world coming to? 1 second, everybody. This was uploaded 14 hours ago by News Nation. This commentary will show you that Jordan Willis lied about knowing were in that backyard. And what you have to ask yourself is what we've already been talking about for 2 weeks, 3 weeks now. Were the men dead before they froze? Were the men already dead before they froze to death? Did they die inside and taken outside to freeze to death? Or died inside and then bodies froze because of the temperatures? Or they were already outside for whatever reason, body overheated from the drugs, passed out, could have been saved, but then froze. I know that's a lot to digest. Outside, passed out, could have been saved, but froze. Already dead inside, taken outside, fully dead, bodies froze. Couldn't be saved. Okay? Bodies died inside, taken outside, could have been saved, bodies froze. You be the judge. Thank you for joining me. Second commentary, News Nation. Sorry about that, everybody.
Someone dies while someone is in the commission of a felony, you can be charged with murder, and in many states it is death penalty. So I'm just sort of flummoxed by the idea that this house was not a crime scene. Does any of it make sense to you?
Well, good evening, Ashley. It's been a while. It's good to be back with you. I will tell you from the beginning of this thing, I mean, this happened, about 3 weeks ago? And I'm a little surprised at the this call for these answers to be immediate. In the fast food world we live in here, it's like they want the 43 minutes of a television show with no commercials, and it just doesn't work that way. It's a tragic scene. I don't know that it wasn't secured by those officers that responded. There is a video out that purportedly shows that they had Willis in custody at the time that they arrived. I've also read where another person that was going to the scene approached it. There were police everywhere, and there was some caution tape, to use their term, around the house. So that would indicate to me that there was some sort of crime scene tape causing a barrier, which would indicate that they have secured the scene. Now, as far as what was recovered there and so forth and so on, we won't know that until we understand what law enforcement presents to us as to what they recovered. In terms of a felon.
But wait, because we absolutely know at this point that, as Ricky Johnson was dead and frozen out in the backyard that we're looking at right now, his backpack was sitting in that home. And when Jordan Willis, the owner, moved out because he was under so much scrutiny, he went off into hiding, and now he's in rehab. The backpack was still there. It was another connection, another family friend that brought Ricky's backpack out of that home and over to his family to reunite his belongings with his family. And I just can't for the life of me figure out, if you have 3 dead men, mysteriously, in the backyard, and you've cuffed the homeowner and then uncuffed him and taken him downtown to question him, how would you not process that scene a little more carefully? How would you not take a backpack of one of the victims and notice 2 bottles that have pills in them, one antacid and ibuprofen? Maybe, I don't know, and no one will ever know because no one bothered to look.
Well, and I don't either. I mean, I wasn't there, so I don't know if there were pictures taken and they felt like that was good enough. I don't know, but
wouldn't be good for a felony murder case, would it, Phil? Honestly, it would not hold muster in a felony murder case, right? Because somebody would say, I want to test those pills. Right?
Let's go back.
2 bottles that have pills in them, one antacid and ibuprofen. Maybe, I don't know, and no one will ever know because no one bothered to look.
Well, and I don't either. I mean, I wasn't there, so I don't know if there were pictures taken and they felt like that was good enough. I don't know, but
wouldn't be good for a felony murder case, would it, Phil? Honestly, it would not hold muster in a felony murder case, right? Because somebody would say, I want to test those pills.
Very good question.
Nothing in the house.
Very good question.
We are so far away from a felony murder case with this thing that.
Are we?
That's not. Oh yeah. This is. Look, I tell you what needs to happen here, in my view. Now I'm looking at this through the eyes of a homicide cop. I'm not looking at it, with any particular. I've got no dog in the fight in that sense. Yeah. What I'm looking at here is, we have a scene. We have 3 dead bodies in the backyard, and the circumstances under which they're there is what's in question. Now, we've got this tox test that we've not been given the official results, but if we're talking about a mixture of cocaine, fentanyl, THC, they were smoking dope, and I don't know if there's alcohol involved in this thing or not, but a lot of these drugs, a lot of these narcotics that are taken cause the body to heat up in an abnormal way. And what do people do when that happens? So they move outside.
They go outside. Yeah, you're right. And I was asking if the bodies had their clothes removed, because that was another big question. I have to wrap it there, Phil, but I think you're onto something with that. I think you're on real quick.
Well, I've seen this mostly with MDMA, with methylene dioxymethamphetamine, ecstasy, where the body heats up and people will take their clothes off, run out in the dead of winter to get cooled down. So I don't know if that's what happened here. So my question is, these are grown men celebrating the Kansas City Chiefs game. They won it. They're really celebrating. And they're doing it in this, they ingested this stuff voluntarily. They got outside. So my question here is, were they dead as a result of what they took? Or did they pass out because of the intoxication and they froze to death?
Yep. And that we don't know. And you're right. Autopsy is going to bring that, and we are waiting for that. That's why no one says they froze to death. We don't know that. No one says they OD'd. We don't know that. Could be a combo. I got to leave it there. Phil Waters, thank you. Appreciate it. As always, you've got such great wisdom. Thank you for watching.
Thank you. Banfield, everybody. That's the latest. 2 audios played. If you need verification for the information that you just heard, News Nation is the source for both audios. Thank you for joining me. Where do we go now with this nonsense? Oh, Lordy, 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 Lordy. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Hello, the hippie. How are you? All right, honey. Be careful. 1 second, y'all. I'm getting ready to enter the chat for just a second. So I can try to comment with you guys. Okay, she's just put up something here. Let me share this to my community page, and then I will read you this. The other doctor that spoke the other day about autopsy reports, she's back on News Nation. I'll play her content pertaining to fentanyl and everything after I dissect this situation. Thank you all so much for joining me. Thank you for your support. 1 second, everybody. I'm getting ready to get on my channel so I can get in the chat. Yes, drive safe, honey. Drive safe. Oh, Lord. I can't even do what I'm supposed to do. I'm all over the place. All righty. Hit those thumbs up. Welcome all new viewers, new subscribers. Thank you so very kindly. All right. Let's start with the beginning of this nonsense. THC, fentanyl, and cocaine were found in the systems of the young men. Did not say if there was alcohol or any other substances, so we'll wait to see what else will come out in the full report pertaining to the toxicology reports. We learned that tape was around the backyard, so was it secured? The outside and the inside of the house. A backpack belonging to one of the men was found, and also a coat was left behind, says Banfield. I'm assuming someone close to the victims gave this information, perhaps the young lady who was in the house, and also the person who picked up the items to take to the family member, who is he, and the family members who retrieved the items. 2 bottles were found in the backpack. I believe that's belonging to Mr. Ricky Johnson, antacid and ibuprofen. Were they looked at? One would probably say, hell no, they weren't looked at because they would have never been in the bag in the first place. Checkmate. The bag wouldn't have been there. Checkmate. Come on with it, Queen. You see, if you're going to take things from the scene, you've got to process it, decide if it's worth giving back to the family. So we know they couldn't have checked it because they would have never been there. You would have taken either the whole bag or taken the contents out of the bag. If this is drug related and you assume it was drug related when you got on the scene, whoever the officers were, whoever the detectives that came to the scene, you went inside to check around, wouldn't you look in the bags? But now, rotation, here we go. Who's to say the bags were visible when the cops came in? Bingo card, because you're talking about 2 damn days later. Come on with it, Queen, ain't nobody listening. Say it again, Queen. Who's to say that anything was visible when the cops got there? Because we now know the man has lied. Jordan has lied. He 9 times out of 10, or let's say 10 out of 10, cleaned up. He probably went through the pockets of all victims, went through their personal effects, and made sure not to have anything visible that they would possibly get in high with. Paraphernalia, so on and so forth. Same thing in his house. If he had a wet lab, dry lab, whatever he had set up as a lab. Anything in the refrigerator, stove, on the countertops, tables, whatever they was doing where they were, okay? He had to clean up. More than likely, he probably left their bags and coats hidden somewhere. Because that's the first thing the detectives are going to say to him, a good detective. Well, you didn't notice the coat that your friend was wearing? You didn't notice Ricky had a backpack, sir? You want us to believe you slept for 2 whole days and you never got up to even drink a soda pop? He came to the door with a glass of wine. So what am I supposed to believe? He got wine bottles sitting by the sofa? He got a wine cooler by the sofa? He's sick, he threw up, he passed out. He lived because he was inside. See, you don't know. They didn't tell us yet who was dead inside or outside or dead before hitting that damn ground. Bingo card. See, you got to know if they were dead before the cold hit. Oops. Shut up, Queen. Say it again. You got to know that they were dead before the first toe froze. First arm froze. Uh-oh. Yeah, that part. Because the medical examiner, that's his or her job to let you know if a person was dead or alive before the icicles came. Kind of like when you go in the water. They can show if you drowned or not. Or you were dead when you got in the water. Uh-oh. Come on with it, Queen. Ain't nobody listening. Somebody out there, put a yes in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. Yes, they can. How do you think they can bring back a report that when people are found in a body of water, such as the bathtub, that they were alive when they were in the tub? Such as with the Peterson case. He put his wife in a dry tub to make it appear that she had drowned, but she didn't have water in her lungs. Ding, 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 ding. So that's the one thing a crook never thinks about. Same thing with a fire. The house is on fire, but it don't mean the person died from the fire. They can show if you were alive or dead before your body caught fire. Uh-oh. The crook don't know that. Oh, I set the house on fire so they won't know how they were murdered. Oh, but the joy of going to medical school. Working with cadavers to show what to detect if the body was dead or alive when the house went up, when the bed caught fire. Arson, not arson. Same thing here. So, Jordan, did you hide the backpack and the coat because you knew somebody was going to come eventually to ask about the men? The cars are outside, so why would somebody not knock on the door? Not call your phone. You knew that. And this backpack and coat is evidence to me that you knew your friends were outside, whether they were taken outside alive or dead or passed out outside and then died and then froze to death. Either way, you knew they were out there because the backpack and the coat tells the story. At some point in the 24 hours or the 48 hours or less, you had to have come to the realization that something was suspect with your friend's items being inside of your home. Why didn't you call to find out? Wait a minute, they ain't ready for this. Now, we're getting ready to go into the belly of the beast with what I'm about to say. So please hold on to your chairs, your recliner, wherever you are, listening to this live stream. Are you ready? Imagine phones ringing on the dead people. Ding, 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 ding. And they are right there in there with Mr. Jordan. Oh, shit. Come on with it, Queen. Ring, 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 ring. Second phone. Ring, 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 ring. I bet y'all didn't think about that, did you? All this speculating everybody done for 3 weeks. That's the one thing I ain't heard nobody say on a live stream. What about the ringing phones? Oh, sookie now. So if he's so doped up, inebriated himself, slept off his overdose, he ain't heard nobody phones ringing. I'll wait. Notification bells on phones. Did the guys have the notifications on the phones? Or did this slick fucker turn their phones off? Oops. Oh, shit. Come on with it, Queen. They ain't ready for you today, honey. Could he have touched the phones and turned them off? Fingerprints. You see, you don't think of everything when you're covering up deaths, a crime. You always leave something behind. And these are the things that I didn't even think about up until now going live. Phones were probably ringing. And if they were, common sense would tell you he would probably turn them off. Because at some point, Jordan Willis got up and drank himself a glass of wine on that second night, the night the young lady broke into the house. So he was lucid enough to get up and pour himself a glass of wine at some point on the 9th. Oh, now come back with something on that. I'll wait. So if you want to say he was doped up too, he took the same drugs. Well, at some point, he got up. Hello? He got up and drank him some wine and eventually went to the door and answered for the police, but didn't answer for the girl who broke in. Now, put that on paper. And they possibly told him while they were in there, we're calling the police. Their cars are outside. There's a body outside. Body's outside. You know something. What the hell went on here? We're calling the police. He was stuck. He was stuck. But you're not going to make me believe at some point getting up to get wine, urinate, eat something, he didn't see the backpack and the coat. So if you want to moan and groan about he was doped up too, he still had knowledge the men were there. Because why not call the men? So let's ask that question if you want to believe he was doped up. Jordan, if you were doped up for 2 days, when you saw the coat and the backpack, did you call McGinney, Ricky, or whomever? Hey, you left your coat. Hey, you left your backpack. You wouldn't find that strange 2 different sets of clothing and backpacks laying around? What the hell's going on here? Why the backpack right here? Why the coat right here? You were called. Hey, man, you left your backpack. Hey, you left your coat. Bingo card. Obviously, the antacid, the pills, ibuprofen weren't checked. Why would they be left behind by law enforcement? Who's the friend that took the backpacks and the coat? Why you didn't take it to the family? Jordan, I'll wait. Why haven't you called the family to give your condolences, to tell them you're sorry, to tell them what happened? Because you knew what happened. You didn't even go to the funerals because you knew what happened. No explanation, no nothing. Didn't call the people who left the stuff once again. Did you tell your lawyer everything? I think you did. At what point did you tell your lawyer everything? Why hasn't Mr. Persona been talking the past couple of days? Because he knew what was getting ready to happen with the preliminary reports. Checkmate. Who else was there and knows what happened to the men? Were other people also imbibing these same drugs? What is Alex's role? He can't be reached. Why not? Got a lawyer. Why? Is he going to speak now that the reports are out? Jordan Willis lied to everyone. The reason he went to rehab, is he really there? Or is this a ruse for sympathy? A way to play possum? Try to avoid prosecution. In case they bring charges, I'm in rehab, I'm sick, I got a problem, I'm ill, I don't know what happened, oh, I'm depressed, oh, my friends are gone. Yeah, cry me a river. Once again, died outside or died inside? What evidence was taken of the victims? What evidence was taken outside? What evidence was taken from inside? Any type of drugs or drug paraphernalia left behind? Did they draw blood from Mr. Jordan? Hair samples taken from Mr. Jordan Willis, if they believed this was drug related when they first got onto the scene. I think we know the belongings weren't checked because the backpack was left with ibuprofen and antacid left behind. Stomach meds. Makes no sense. Dead giveaway. The coat and the backpack being left behind. How in the world this man did not see these items left in his home? He had to have seen these items. And that's not including cell phone and keys. Where were they? So the items returned to the families by this mystery person, whoever that is. What items were returned to the victims' families? Will we find out that wallets and keys were returned to family members? Will we find out something was missing, stolen, abused, credit cards, cash app cards, so on, so forth? Who brought the drugs to the house? Or were they already there in the possession of Mr. Willis? Is this a cover-up? I say yes. However the men died, I do believe this man covered it up. It is abuse of corpses, plural, because he knew they were dead outside, my opinion. What is next for Jordan Willis? Will the state bring forward charges of negligence against Mr. Willis, or have it is homicide times 3? That is my commentary. You want to talk to the Queen? Feel free to reach me on IG. Thank you. Lord have mercy. What a mess. Gonna read you all comments. Algorithm. Say what, Michelle? $56 in the house, thank you. That's my commentary. That's my assertion pertaining to the information that has been released by News Nation. With this said information, I feel like he knew that they were outside. Now, whether they died inside or outside, I do not know. That will be determined by the medical examiner to say that the men were already dead before frozen. And I'm sure that's what the family is also waiting on. Were they already deceased when they touched ground, or they were alive and then froze? And then you have to ask the other questions. Did they go outside because they had overheated by taking narcotics, or was sitting out fine and then passed out? Went out to smoke a cigarette, went out to smoke a joint that was laced. I don't know. Did they take the weed separately? Did they take the fentanyl separate? Did they take the cocaine separate? Cocaine how? By the nose, what? See, too many questions, no answers. All right, Jeff, calm down there. Hello, Skylar. You got my message? Skylar, can you talk for a second? Skylar. Hello, everybody. It's a very sick situation going on out here. Too sick for my taste. Yeah, he knew exactly what he was doing by going into that rehab, if he even went. I always tell people, bring me a receipt. So I don't know what a person's got going on. People tell you anything. Oh yeah, I'm in rehab and I went to Florida, and they ain't went no damn where. They ain't went nowhere. Skylar, I'm sending you a message, sweetheart. So let the queen know. What do you think? Jordan knows, doesn't know what? Body's dead before getting outside, what? Take the polls on my community page. Skylar, can you speak or not? Maybe not. Oh, Lord, Skylar. All right. Let's see. Let me see if Evie's up. Okay. I'm going to put up a poll here in a minute. Hold on 1 second, everybody. Get back in my menu. It's crazy nonsense going on. Let's hear what this doctor has to say about the fentanyl. One second. Trying to find that latest story. They make videos every 5 seconds. Can't keep up. There's always something going on with them. Let's see. They got a lot going on with this migrant stuff going on. I need to talk about that. Border convoys plan rally. It's ridiculous. We're going to hear from the doctor about this.
I want to bring in the better minds, but I do have to tell you, I know you hear reporters say all the time, we should know. No, not always, especially when there's a pending investigation. I totally respect that as an officer of the court myself. However, if this is about not tailor-made drugs for one guys or an experiment among one group, if there is a product on the streets, Kansas City is not immune from what's been going on with fentanyl. And 2023 was a bad year, and they had an explosion from 2018 to 21 to 2021, like so many other cities across the country, like up 1,000%. Okay? That's another issue of disclosure for the authorities, because you want to warn people, be careful. Be careful what you're getting on the street and who you're getting it from. Let's bring in board-certified forensic pathologist, Dr. Priya Banerjee, and former FBI agent and News Nation Law and Justice contributor, Jennifer Coffindaffer. First, as a pathologist, the idea of how little fentanyl it takes to kill you is something that is shocking even to habitual users. Am I wrong?
Yes. No, that's, I just listened to your whole opening, and I think what we can learn as a nation, as a lay nation, is how susceptible anyone is to this overdose phenomenon. Fentanyl is devastating our country. And unfortunately, these were 3 healthy young men having fun, and that got the better of them. And what you're showing is so critical. It is like grains of sand that you need to overdose.
We're showing
this is
it on
not
the tip of a
prescribed
pencil.
medicine.
We're showing it
it's
on the
like-
tip of a pencil right now.
Tip of a pencil, that
Wow.
little white granules that you see. Flecks, they look like dust almost.
Right.
And, you know, a few grains of sugar. It wouldn't even occur to someone to just brush it off, really. And honestly, it's all white. And so what's happening is sometimes people think they're just getting cocaine. They don't know what they're getting.
Right.
And that little bit of fentanyl that's mixed in to, you know, make it better, it gets the better of them,
Right.
unfortunately. That little to overdose.
I mean, look, I've been covering this for over 20 years. I've been around it longer than that. I've never been afraid of a drug the way I am with fentanyl. Jen, and we've talked about this before. It's because of the accidental killing. This isn't just like, oh, you overdosed because you got it wrong or were stronger than you thought. It takes like nothing. Now, in terms of the investigation, what does it mean that Jordan Willis isn't dead? And what that feeds for investigators, Jennifer, in terms of if there is criminal level of responsibility.
Well, Jordan Willis isn't dead, and neither is individual number 5, the other person that was there. And I really believe that this has to do with the chocolate chip cookie effect, which is basically these little amounts of fentanyl that are scattered throughout the drug. Are you going to get a chocolate chip or are you not? If you get that chocolate chip of that fentanyl, that is when you die. And so I believe likely that these two didn't get the big dose. Also, in terms of the investigation, certainly if either of these two supplied this drug, they are definitely vulnerable to be charged with involuntary manslaughter. Absolutely. And I noticed a trend. They are starting to crack down on actually charging dealers and charging suppliers more and more to try to put a noose on this fentanyl epidemic, which they should be.
Yeah, and it's not exactly a novel theory. They should be going after the cartels. It's why people should be paying attention to the border. Nothing kills us the way this drug does. And it is shocking to me what we spend energy on, political, emotional, and otherwise, and what we ignore. Now, in terms of criminality, the extreme end of the spectrum, Jennifer, will be not only are you alive because of the chocolate chip effect, you know, that you didn't get a tainted piece of this drug, but if you made the drug and you gave it to your friends as a product, try this, and that's why you're not dead. That'll be the outer extreme of.
Absolutely. And that is going to be still, I believe, involuntary manslaughter,
Right.
recklessness that was done in this case. And then also, I think you have to add on to it the lesser charge of did he provide aid if indeed he knew they were lying there dead. You got a coat in the house, you got other belongings that were there,
Right.
you got cars out front. I mean,
I'm
put
with
two
you.
and two together.
I haven't looked into Missouri's law enough, though. I don't know if there's an assistive, you know, if there's an assistive aid and abet. I don't know what they do. Some of these are called Good Samaritan laws. If you're not directly responsible, where does legal responsibility kick in? So I'm not sure. Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to newsnationnow.com.
Just a few crumbs on a pencil tip. Just enough to kill you. Take the poll. Hello, Teresa, sweetheart. If you want to contact the Queen to join this live stream to give your opinion, you can call me on IG if you have Instagram at bigsexy.71. Feel free to call the Queen now. Putting up polls pertaining to the latest information of weed, cocaine, and fentanyl in the systems of the young men. Was the weed laced with fentanyl and cocaine, or they smoked a joint and did the fentanyl and cocaine separate? Take the poll. These polls will also be on my community board, so the whole YouTube community can also take the polls. Thank you for joining me. We're also going to talk about culpability, liability for Jordan Willis. That's the next poll. Let me know when you're done taking the poll. Just got news update. Boise Airport hangar collapse. Lord have mercy, Jesus. Assuming that's Boise, Idaho. Also, a small aircraft went down Clearwater, Florida last night around 7 o'clock. 3 are deceased. The pilot is no longer alive and 2 people died on the ground. And also Mr. Weathers, who played in Rocky. He was the African-American boxer that fought Sylvester Stallone. He is dead at 76. Bringing you breaking news. Thank you so much. 13 votes. Come on, you guys. 59 people are watching. Please take the polls. Thank you. Yeah, too much stuff. Every day is something. I want to talk about the migrant situation because I'm a month behind on that commentary, 2 months behind on the migration. I'll probably come back later and do that because they've got this convoy situation going on, and I've been meaning to talk to you about the dumping of migrants in the United States. I need to address that. So that'll be my next live. I'll probably just do that live right after this one because not much conversation is going on in this conversation here. Most people have already probably discussed it last night. I did discuss this case during the last live stream last night because I got the update while I was live talking about Javon Major and Miss Broussard's scheming scam, funeral scam. So that live was about 3 hours long last night. And this information about the 3 Kansas City guys, it's also in that live from last night. Well, I'm going to go ahead and reveal the black guy that played in the Rocky movie that fought him, Mr. Weathers. He's no longer alive. Let's take the poll. Let's see what the poll says. Was weed laced with cocaine, fentanyl? 20% yes, 45% no. Not sure, 25%. One taken alone, 10%. Very interesting. 20 votes. No, not Sylvester Stallone. Mr. Weathers, Carl Weathers. He's the black guy that fought Rocky in the first installments of Rocky. He's no longer alive. Next poll. All right, everybody. Did Jordan give men drugs? Boy, y'all took that one quick. 44% no, 25% not sure. Oh, that's the last one. I'm sorry. The lace with fentanyl. 44% no, 25% not sure. Yes, 20% one taken alone. That means the drug was taken alone by itself. 10%. So you all don't believe that the weed was laced with the fentanyl or the cocaine. Wow. Somebody says, I keep hearing that fent won't burn in a joint, but I don't know. Well, how do you take fentanyl then? Help me understand. How do you take fentanyl? It has to go in a drug some type of way because people are dying from it. So what are you saying? They're snorting the fentanyl? Help me understand. Did Jordan give men drugs? 56%? Yes. 11 no. 11% no. 33% not sure. Anybody else want to take that poll before I close it out? Peel or snort? Peel, okay. So you still can chop the peel up and put it in something too. Jesus Christ. Woo, it's too much. 56% of you all believe he did give the guys the drugs. All right. Let's go to the next question. Let's take the next poll. Okay. 1 second. Go on to the next poll. Can't wait to get the answer on this one. Ooh, Jesus. This should be interesting. Did Jordan lie about not knowing men were outside? Take the poll. In my opinion, I think they all was in it together. What do you mean, in it together? Or mixed with heroin, big in Baltimore City, Maryland. Okay. What were they in together? I don't understand what you're saying. Well, in what together? Did somebody else bring drugs to this party? Get together? Could it be that somebody brought drugs, handed it off to each other without Jordan knowing? This cousin says he's the mixer. He's been the mixer, I guess, since high school. I mean, the way he worded it, my interpretation is that he's been doing this a long time, before he became a scientist and got a PhD. Is that true? Jordan was mixing drugs in high school. That's even worse. A child mixing drugs. Good God Almighty. Hell's going on. So most of you do believe he gave them drugs. All right. U.S. begins airstrikes in retaliation and drone attack that killed Georgia soldiers. Oh, Lord of mercy. I'm sick of hearing about these people. I think they did the drugs together. Well, if they did them together, why is one alive? Help me understand. Why do we have one person alive? Did Alex get high with them? That's the next question. He might be trying to remove himself too. That's a hell of a secret to carry. I think the guys wasn't used to it. Jordan wasn't. Jordan probably didn't do as much. Why would you say that? I think they all been getting high. They were getting high before Jordan even came back from out of town. That's what I think. You don't start getting high at 36, 37. Do people sample drugs at different ages? Yes. Do people start drinking late in life? Yes. But usually people who are using drugs, especially heavy drugs at 36, 38, they've been getting high. They've been getting high. Now, the question is, when did they start? How long they've been doing it? Who's a functioning addict and who is somebody who really is not doing well using drugs? But I believe all three have been getting high, whether it's recreational or not, every day or not. They didn't just start January 7th. That's my personal opinion. All right, let's read the next poll. Did Jordan lie about not knowing the men were outside? Yes, 71%. 19% no, 10% not sure. 21 votes. If you want to take that poll before I take it down, feel free to take it. They will be reposted to my community board after this live stream. Thank you for joining me. There's definitely something fishy, though. Well, what's fishy? Woo! Y'all jumping that poll. 68%, 71%, 65%. Somebody's changing their mind. 67%. Okay. You all are going down now. Yep. Just like your mama. People are so ignorant. Can't have a serious conversation because it's always got to be somebody ignorant. Come in the chat. Ask me, do I care? Not really. Let's see what answers you all have now. 67% of you are saying yes, that Jordan lied about knowing the men were outside. 17% says no, and 17% not sure. Okay, I'm going to end the poll now. All right, let's put up the next one. Okay. Let's see. How am I going to word this question? Were the men dead inside, then moved? That's the next question. I have to do separate questions because it doesn't give me the options like I can do on my community page. Well, their stuff was left in the house. They were outside for 2 or 3 days. It don't add up. Why didn't Jordan call someone? Yeah, that's my point. 66% of you said yes. 16% no, not sure. 16%. Okay. Hold on a minute. Let me go back up here. So you all do believe he lied. 66%. Okay. Next poll. Were men dead inside, then moved outdoors? This live stream is 1 hour and 34 minutes in. Thank you for joining me. If someone leaves something at my house, the first thing I do is call them. Well, I mentioned all that after playing the commentary. Those are some of the things I mentioned. For those who are coming in late to this live stream, I asked all the pertinent questions pertaining to the scene being secured, evidence, what was in the backpack, 2 bottles, antacid, ibuprofen. Obviously, they weren't taken. I mentioned about the coat, the backpack. He had to know what they were wearing. Why didn't he call the family himself to come get them or take them to him? He hasn't spoken with the family. He didn't show up to the funeral. He didn't explain anything, what happened, who's the person that took the stuff from his house. How many people were there? He never went to the funeral. Did he tell the lawyer everything? If he did, when? Who else was there? The lawyer says other people were there. Will they come forward? Alex's role, he can't be reached. Why not? Is Alex getting ready to speak again, talk again? What? Jordan Willis lied. I believe this was the reason he went to rehab, because he knew the information was getting ready to come out with the toxicology report, which means somebody contacted his lawyer, my opinion. Is he really in rehab? Sympathy ploy, going to rehab. Also, possibly to avoid prosecution. What evidence was retrieved inside, outside of the house pertaining to these men? Died inside, died outside. Once again, medical examiner can tell, I'm sure, if you died before freezing to death, because the blood, I believe, pools a certain way after death. So that should be revealed eventually. If the men were actually dead before their bodies froze, that's going to be also the telltale sign of complicity to cover up a crime. Too much, because belongings were left behind. Did they ever go in the bag to see that this guy, Ricky, had ibuprofen and stomach meds inside? When you take them to test them, you hear Banfield talking about that. So obviously they didn't. Dead giveaway, the items left behind by the dead men. Coat, backpack. Now, wallets, keys, cell phones. Were phones ringing in the house? Turn the phones off. Were the phones on any of the guys outside? Did they find phones frozen outside? Bingo card. Cover up. I do believe so. Did he hide bags, coats, and then only brought them out right before the police knocked on the door? See, you don't know. But he got wine, so that means he's been up circulating around the house at some point. He would have seen the damn coat and the backpack. Because wouldn't the police ask, hey, whose backpack is this? Whose coat is this? What are you going to say? Oh, I don't know. Come on now, stay woke. Weed laced with fentanyl, cocaine, or were these drugs taken separately? Who brought the drugs? Who shared the drugs? And are we playing blame game with Mr. Willis? We're going to flip the coin. He's a scientist. He's known to allegedly be the chemist for making up drugs and so on and so forth. But could it be he didn't take any of those drugs that night? So we got to ask, is he a drug addict and an alcoholic? One of the two, which is it? Or any of the other men alcoholics? Curious. Did he provide the drugs that night that killed these men? Who else was there? Who else got high with them? Did Alex get high? Because what I find interesting is this cousin telling us that, oh, he's the chemist, he's this, he's done this since high school. But you always have to be very careful of the messenger, because everybody talking are possibly addicts themselves. Are we also listening to other people who use drugs? And that's why they know what the hell they're doing over there. And it's not to say that because you have knowledge that you are also a user. But what is the old saying? Birds of a feather. Oh, we know they go over there on the weekends and get geeked up. We already knew they were getting high. We already know they died from drugs. But we didn't want to tell you all that because we didn't want them to look bad. Well, the cat's out the bag now 3 times. This is a cat that most definitely has 9 lives. Dead or alive. Outside. Went out, overheated, passed out, froze to death. Dead, inside, took outside. Went outside to smoke a cigarette, smoke a joint, then passed out, froze. Froze to death, meaning you were alive, inebriated, but could have been saved, which isn't. Alex, what is your role? I'm curious about you. Because you playing possum is what Jordan was doing, is doing. And you are the bearer of the bad news that they were alive when you left them. So what I want to know is, are you telling the truth? Because you see, when you have a story that's dealing with drugs and crime and nefarious dealings, you don't know who's telling the truth. And I think the family favors you because you were originally one of the friends. But I don't know you personally, and I don't know these dead men. I don't know Jordan. So this is all he said and she said. I just know 3 people are dead, and preliminary toxicology say they have drugs in their systems. So I need to know anybody who's in that house. Why would I even be going over there anyway, knowing they get high? Bingo card. See, the cousin already said, well, that's what they do. The chemist is there. The chemist is the one with the drugs. Well, then what the fuck are you doing over there with them? And allegedly you texted somebody to say, oh, they getting high. So when you texting, what are you texting? You texting that you don't agree that they're getting high? You don't like that they're getting high? Or, hey, it's going down over here. What was the motivation for the text? And who told that he was texting? The person he was texting? Or Alex told him? See, it's somebody doing some talking, and we're not really getting the truth on who is putting out this information. So I'm going to say allegedly. And you also hear Cuomo saying there was blood. From whom? So who bled out? Bled where? From the nose, from the ears, from the mouth? Stay woke. I think he knew first morning, so he was waiting for someone to find him and find him sleep. Yes, Candy. Yes, yes, yes. I think they overheated, went outside, and then it's when they died. Okay. I never heard that one. Never heard what, Teresa? Let me read this last poll. Thank you all for taking the polls. I appreciate it. Were men dead inside and then moved outdoors? 25% yes, 50% no, not sure, 25% going to end that poll. So most of you believe they were not dead inside and moved outside. So then let's take the next poll then. So I have to ask individual questions because this poll only is doing yes or no. Because you could say they passed out. See, just how to word is crazy. So 50% of you don't believe they died inside. Okay, that's fine. The men go outside to smoke dope, then died. Or could be they passed out and then froze to death. See, it's worded 1,000 different ways. I'm gonna have to be specific. Some of you are gonna probably be like, oh my God, these questions. Now listen to this question very carefully. Did the men go outside to smoke the dope? Then they died. Then they froze. Because then I have to reword it a different way. Because this one options to word it the way I want. Thank you, sweetheart. Yes, Cuomo says there was blood. I played the commentary. If you need verification, News Nation is the source. Thank you, Harmony. All right. Let's see who's voted. 6 votes. Come on, you guys, take the poll. Did men go out to smoke the dope, then died, then froze? 29% yes, 29% no, not sure, 43%. One more vote. All right. 33% yes, 33% no, 33% not sure. 38% yes. Here we go. Fluctuating. 35% yes. See, on my community page, I can give options. That way I don't have to write so many questions. But the poll here on the live, YouTube live app, it only gives me yes and no options. I can't put like my own variants of options. So I have to redo these questions again on my community page. People who aren't watching my network can also take the polls, and you'll be able to comment as well on the community posts. Well, now, I'm not sure if there was blood. Hippie, I'm telling you there was blood. If you have a problem with the information, take it up with Cuomo, because somebody had to have told him. This is why I always tell people about the information. The police is who gives the news reporters the information, besides eyewitnesses. That is what he said at the beginning of the live stream. I have no problem with replaying the information. And so there won't be any problems. Here we go. Hold on. Well, I gotta find it. Oh, Jesus. Well, let me go to News Nation because I'm having a problem finding it. All right, 25 votes. Did men go outside, smoke dope, then die, then froze? 36% say yes, 40% not sure, 24% says no. We're going to end that poll. My opinion has changed since the blood was. Why would your opinion change? What do you mean? What do you mean, honey? The part that gets me is how they were all found together, and assuming they passed the same time or close to, no one went to get help, then got the one who survived but didn't get help. Well, he's already proven that he's lied because belongings were left behind. So that tells me everything I need to know. Let me see. I don't understand why I can't find the video that I just played. This is weird. It's very weird. Now, what are you doing? I go in my history. It's got to be one of these videos because I just played it. Let me try this one. Hold on, you guys. I'm trying to get... Usually just an overdose doesn't involve blood. I'm wondering if something physical happened to cause the blood. I'm sorry I'm not making sense. I'm just thinking out loud. Okay. Fine.
News, okay? We now know what killed these 3 men in Kansas City. How it happened, who else might be in danger? Those are the questions, but this is certainly not over, all right? So what do we know? 3 young men in their 30s found dead in the backyard of a friend who survived. Didn't make sense. Why? No sign of foul play. One of them upright in a chair, one of them without a coat, frozen in the cold. Didn't make sense until you see the blood. Let's go to News Nation's national.
There you have it. One in a chair, one outside without a coat. McGinney is the one without a coat, I believe. David is the one sitting upright in the chair until you see the blood, is what he just said. So who bled where? Always late. Gosh darn it. This is your Cajun country friend. Changed my name to prevent harassment with my government name. Hope you all are well. Tears ran dry. How am I going to remember who you are? Well, call me on my IG. BigSexy.71. If anybody wants to call me to give their commentary during this live stream, if you have Instagram, dial me up. Let's take the next poll. There you have it. Cuomo says there was blood. I don't know what the hell's going on. Now I got to reword that last one. Hey, Pinto. Okay. Now, I asked you about the dead or alive. Did they die inside and then took outside? Then the next question is, outside smoked something and then fell out and then froze. Or they smoked something, went outside, fell out, but could have lived, but they were frozen to death. Let me word that one. Jesus, this is too much. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. This machine tells you how to do everything. Create a poll. Create a poll. All right, we're going to reword that last, how they died, okay? Because you have to be specific with this poll. Let's say they died outside. But were alive. They didn't die. But were alive, yet froze to death. So the question is reworded. The last poll I put up, did they go outside, take a smoke, passed out, died, and then froze? This question is, they went outside, but were alive, yet froze to death. So be careful how you answer now. Because the possibilities are endless until we get the autopsy report to show they were either alive or dead before bodies froze, because there is a difference. Thank you all so much for taking the polls. I appreciate it. How long does it take to freeze to death? I should have paid attention to science class. Well, honey, I don't know. You know, these are things that people don't think about anyway. Nobody thinks about freezing to damn death. You always pray, well, I got AAA. Somebody, What person is going to just be sitting out in the damn cold trying to freeze to death? You know to bring your butt inside. You only freeze to death if you are stranded or you are mentally incapacitated. Or, yes, you fall out, pass out, have a stroke, heart attack, aneurysm. Could be saved, but you froze to death. Nobody got to you in time. But what fool's going to sit there and freeze to death on purpose? There's a lot of ways to die. I don't think I want to die like that. Or you went hiking on a trip and the temperatures got down below. See? But then the flip side of that is, then why go hiking? You knew the temperatures were going to drop down. Don't go. You don't know if you're going to get stranded out there in the wilderness. I'm just saying these are 3 able-bodied adults that knew how to walk and talk, bathroom, tie their shoes. I can't see them deliberately freezing outside. Okay. 3 grown men, not just one. That's where it's hard for me to say, oh, it was just a coincidental incident. How do you get all 3 to get the exact same without their phones too? Is that true? I'm not really sure about the phones. I just know a coat was inside, a backpack was inside. I've played that content. You'd have to go back and re-listen. News Nation is the source. But those items were taken to the family's homes by someone. They do not mention who that someone is, but Jordan gave those items to someone. Now, once again, what are all the items given to that someone to take to the loved ones? So this is why I know he knew they were dead. At some point, he got up and poured wine in a glass. So you had to have seen the backpack. You had to have seen the coat. Wouldn't you call your friends? Hey, dude, you left your coat. Hey, dude, you left your backpack. Wouldn't you be saying to yourself, walking around in your drawers or whatever, why the backpack? Why is the backpack here? Why the coat here? What's the wallet doing here? What are the keys doing here? Just like I said, who's to say phones weren't ringing off the hook? Could he have took the phones and turned them off? Hid all this shit somewhere, and then when the police came, they didn't see none of this stuff. And then he brought it out once they left. Then he handed the stuff over to the friend. See, you don't really know what the fuck the police saw. So we got to wait on that. What did you all see when you went into the house? Backpacks, coats, shoes, socks. I mean, that's how it's going to make sense. So whoever the dodo bird that said, once we get the toxicology back, it'll make sense. It ain't still making sense because we still have too many damn questions. We don't got the medical examiner report to tell us that the guys were already dead before they froze. What did you see in the house? Coats, backpacks, were they even visible? Did he hide them? That will show he knew they were dead if you didn't see them inside. See, I think of everything. So we're going to wait on that. Yeah, we saw a coat. We saw a backpack. We know you didn't take the damn backpack because Banfield says Ricky had stomach meds in there and ibuprofen. You didn't think to test the damn medicine to see if it was fentanyl in the pills. So she has a very good point. Stupid. It's so stupid. I think y'all said you didn't give a fuck. You saw 3 white men out there in jerseys. You figured they were geeked up high. They all died the same way. Sugarfoot lived. And I believe that's what you thought about those 3 white men. That's what I think. And the fact that Ricky's stepmother said you were rude to her on the phone, one of your stinking ass officers, you were rude to her when she called her, asked about viewing the body, and you had the nerve to tell her, this ain't television. That only happens on TV, identifying the body. Well, how the fuck was she supposed to find out if it's her damn son or not? This is bullshit. I mean, I'm just trying to understand the motivation here. They're dead, and you're saying what? Oh, well, this is a television. We don't do it like that. You are a fucking lie. How are the people supposed to identify a body? What if they don't have a criminal record for you to take damn prints? Yeah, that's when they go to people's houses to say, oh, yeah, we found your son. He wrecked his car, or he went down a ravine, or your daughter was passed out in the street. We ran her prints. It says her name is Susie Mae Johnson. You're going to tell this woman, That only happens on television, ID in the body. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Stupid cop doing desk work. You pissed off because people are calling that fucking number all day about these dead men. Well, tough, that's your job. It's bullshit. People identify their loved ones for sure, at least get to say goodbye. Well, the point is, I am not about to believe at 53, I turned 53 Monday, that nobody goes to the morgue to identify their loved one or their friend. That's bullshit. And the fact that some dodo bird told Miss Johnson that they need to be fired. So that makes me think there were other dodo birds that went to the scene and possibly said to themselves, oh, this just some guys that got high, fentanyl, whatever. Fuck it. And I don't like grouping all people the same, all races the same, cops the same, but that's the feeling I'm getting. And that is the reason why they have been telling News Nation and other entities that they did not feel the police took this case serious. Nobody would talk to them. Nobody would speak with them. Every time this lady called, Miss Johnson, nobody wanted to give her an answer. You had a snide-ass attitude when she called, and I do not believe she's lying. And you know why we know she's not lying? Because somebody's backpack was in the house. Somebody's coat was in the house. The fuck, for all I know, the dope was laying around. Hell, y'all took it and put it in your damn pockets. Maybe y'all was out there smoking the damn dope after you're standing over there watching the dead people lay on the damn ground. I don't know what the hell the damn cops was doing. It's bullshit. I done got pissed off now. All right. Men died outside but were alive, yet froze to death. 41% yes, 24% no, 34% not sure. All right. All right. Hagen says they messed up from the jump, LE. Well, let's put that up there as a question too. Let me put that question down. I got a lot of questions to put on the poll for everybody else. Let's see. Died outside. Okay. See, but alive. Okay, everybody. Let's do one for the police. All right, thanks for taking the poll. 42% do believe the guys died outside but were alive, yet froze to death. 36% of you are not sure. 21% of you said no. All right. Going to end that poll. Let's take the next poll. Oh, Lord. This is so sad. Let me say evidence. Thank you all for participating. I really appreciate it. This is the only way we know how people think. And this is the only way you can get justice. If something is improper, people ask questions. Did the police gather evidence and the scene properly? Next poll. Now I got 42%. Believe the men did die outside, but were alive. Can you imagine they were alive when they were outside, could have been saved, could have gotten Narcan? Imagine that. Because at first I didn't want to believe that. My spirit just kept saying they died inside and were taken out. So the first thing I said, well, why would they be outside? But then listening to this evidence about fentanyl and mixture of drugs overheating your body, they could have ran outside, got too hot. Oh my goodness, I can't breathe. I'm having problems. Come on, let's go outside. I'm sweating profusely. And then they all died one by one. Maybe Dave fell out in the chair. The other ones ran out the yard and just passed out. But the point still remains, could they have been saved though? Who's to say, okay, it did go down like that? But they froze instead of being saved. Because I said to myself, well, maybe they did go outside. Maybe, maybe they smoked a joint or something was laced or smoke a cigarette. The guy didn't want them smoking in his house because I asked that too. Is he a smoker, Jordan? Maybe he's not a smoker. He don't want nobody smoking in his house. So they went outside and smoked a cigarette, but somebody decided to take them a lick or something, and poof, they fell out. But then you still got to ask yourself, let's say it went down like that. What if they actually were alive when they hit the ground? They just needed medical attention. Everybody don't die from overdosing on drugs. There are a lot of people who tell the story they overdose, but they live. Oh man, what a mess. Did they say blood was found? Yes, Hagen. Yes. I think somebody forced them outside. What? What in the world make you think that? Honey, you need to call the queen. Lord have mercy. Call me on IG. Let me hear I want to hear what you got to say. If you got an Instagram, call me up, Big Sexy 71, because I'm confused now. Force them outside. Jesus Christ. I got to get off this live stream. I'm about to go crazy. Why would somebody force them outside? 3 big-ass men? Who would force you out there? Unless they had a gun, somebody would have got shot, stabbed, something. Come on now. There's no way 3 men are going to be forced outside unless somebody had a gun. And then they still could have broken out the gate. They could have broke out the gate. Opened the gate and went outside, went to the front of the house. Dear God, what made you think that? God, you're scaring me. Foul play. Call me, child. We may never know if they took drugs willingly or were they drugged. Well, Teresa, the cousin says Jordan was known for mixing drugs and the guys knew to go over there to get it. So you can't have one without the other. So everybody is obviously selling and using. Take your pick. So these are not children. These are not 10-year-olds, putting their hand in the cookie jar and the cookie jar is laced with fentanyl. These are grown men who obviously got high. The fact that somebody is testifying, that's what went on at Jordan's house. And that these guys were willing participants. He gave you stuff to make you feel better. I don't know if he did it in high school and still was doing it now. Because if we go back that far, 20 plus years, that means he was messing with people's lives as a child. This is so whack. Did he have a shitload of drugs to steal? Well, I don't know. All right, let's get the results of the next poll. The last poll. Did police gather evidence seen properly? 10% says yes, 70% no, 24% not sure. Okay. Wow. Woo, Lord mercy. Force them out. God, that question, that's got me. Jesus, well. Never thought about that. Get out of my house. Now, somebody in the chat the other day said, did he lock them out? I said, well, even if he did, let's say they had an altercation, get out of my fucking house, get out of my house, get out of my house. I'm not going to leave my backpack in there. We now know a backpack was left. McGinney left the coat, I believe. So I'm going to get my shit before I get out your house. If there was an altercation, get out of my house, get out of my house. I'm getting my stuff. Not leaving phones, keys, coat, backpack. So I doubt he locked them out. Because they could easily kick the door in, bust out the glass. He's got glass all around the house. Ain't nobody gonna sit out there without their keys and coat. They would bust the glass out. Come on now. 65% no. They did not gather evidence properly. Okay. Jordan waited wait out the testing period so they couldn't prove if he did or take what the men took, why he didn't call for help. Honey, you are confusing me. I wonder if there was drag marks. Exactly. I've asked that from the beginning. Because guess what? Sugarfoot couldn't have picked up them big old boys by himself. Honey, he need a dolly because two of them were big men. Ricky and Dave were big. So they had more weight on them. McGinney was the thinner guy. That's the one with the fiance. I can see him dragging him out, but not the other two. Hell no. So if he did, he had help. So that's a question I've always asked. Did the men die inside and were drugged out? And if they were drugged out, who helped them? Because he ain't drugged them three out by himself. Hell no. Is it possible? Of course. But he'd been tired as fuck. And then dragging one to put in the chair, we now know that probably didn't happen. Because Dave is a bigger guy. That would take too much work to drag him out and then try to sit him up right in the chair. Dave sat in that chair, I think, on his own. Because that's information we did not have at first. 65% says no. The police did not gather the evidence properly. I'm going to end that poll. Thank you all so much for taking them. What's the next question? Anybody else have a poll question? I definitely don't want to put the forts them out. Jesus wept. Because I think they would have broke the door down. They would have broke a window out or something. Then they're geeked up and high and drunk too. Hell yeah. They'd have broke every damn door in the house trying to get back in there. Was it said where the blood was found? No, Hagen, he didn't say. So that's why he didn't get help for the three men. Maybe. Do you love the Lord Jesus? Oh, Lord. Okay, everybody. 56 in. 2 hours into this live stream. 2 hours. 2 hours and 12 minutes. I really appreciate you all taking the polls. Gives people an idea of what people were thinking. Because naturally we weren't there. We don't know the men. We don't know what happened, what they took, didn't take. But we now have a general idea of a mixture of drugs. I won't also doubt that they were drinking alcoholic beverages. We have an eyewitness that says there was a 30-pack of beer brought. That makes me think somebody was at that house besides the 4 and the 5. Let's say 5, since Alex puts himself there. So how many people were at the house? That's the next poll question. This is starting to make my head hurt. All right, everybody. Another question. I'm going to do a trick question. Some people aren't going to like this question, but it is what it is. Were others there and saw them dead? Take the poll. Lord, I got so many questions. Oh, I'll be up all night writing these up on the poll. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Christopher. I believe in the Lord. I sure do. But right now, we're not talking about Jesus. We're talking about 3 dead men. Candy says they should check if anyone else died from this combination of drug that weekend. Well, I think I'd be asking, has anybody overdosed at his house before? Because the state's attorney's office could bring forward charges, with this situation on its own. And has anybody ever overdosed at his house before, but nobody ever went and called medical attention or told law enforcement? Because usually when people overdose, sometimes there's a history. That's why a lot of people's homes are shut down by the city, because too many people have died in their house. And we've had that case here in Knoxville. This guy had too many overdoses at his house. So his house was shut down by the city, and he also was brought up on charges, murder charges. I saw this on my shorts page. What are we doing again? I'm confused. Kaya, we're just talking about the case out in Kansas City, and I'm putting up polls for you to take if you would like to participate. All right, 20 votes. Were others there? Saw them dead? 35% yes, 35% no, not sure. Okay. Curious to ask whether they were snorting or running up. What is running up? Shooting up? You're all right, baby. Lord of mercy. I'm going to need a drink after this live stream. Jesus. Well, new direction, new year. Got to cut back on the true crime stories. I've had enough. It takes too much out of me talking about true crime. So if you start seeing other content in the title, it is what it is. I want Rex Heuermann and Sarah Boone. I want them to be my last true crime cases. I'm tired of talking about these people. I'm tired of talking about death. I'm tired of talking about conspiracies, theories. I'm just sick of talking about it. I've just had all I can take. What is running up, girl? Injection? Okay, 33% of you said yes. Others were there and saw them dead. So I don't really have to ask that question again, because 33% of you said no. So were other people there? Period. And what time did they leave? Injection. Okay, that's what I thought you meant. Okay. Makes me wonder if the method of injection would make some die quicker. Probably so. Yes, but the fentanyl doesn't matter, because fentanyl, as this doctor just told you here on News Nation, it's just a little bit of crumbs on a pencil head that can kill you. So it's not going to matter if you touched it, snorted it. People are dying from touching it. As you've heard with these babies dying, getting a hold of the drugs or being near the drugs. I'm assuming those kids that died in the daycare, or that baby that died in daycare in New York, I don't think they ingested the drugs. I'm not really sure, but you've seen people who just came in contact with fentanyl and died. They didn't ingest it. They didn't shoot it up. They didn't snort it. Didn't take a pill. So there you have it. Oh, Lord. I think some people just want me to block them today. 38% says yes. Going to end that poll. Thank you all so much. Yes, 3 times the legal limit of fentanyl. It's jacked up. Yeah, they come in here to just, these people act like they're on dope when they come in the chat. It's like, what is going on? I'm going to say something some people are going to like, but you all know I don't sugarcoat shit. That T-Rev, He's got a YouTube channel. I had been watching him last week. I'm telling you, some of the people that got on his live stream, I mean on his call in, I think some of them were high on dope when they were calling in. Because he goes live late. And I was thinking to myself, like, damn, the way some of the people were talking in circles and act like they couldn't get to the point, because he gives you 6 minutes to give your commentary, which is, that's kind of him to give you 6 minutes, but damn, some of the people were talking and I thought, shit, these people on dope that's calling. No disrespect to the host, because, I like, his commentary. I like as he let them call in. That's why I keep trying to tell people the continuity of the show can go better on a live stream if people would call in. You all have to think about people who have thousands of commenters. They can't read your comments. They have to already have their content laid out to talk or have a call-in number or a panel to hit the link. There's no way anybody can read 3,000 comments. Come on, you guys. That is the reason why if a hostess or host invite you to call in or come up, call, hit the panel, call on IG, whatever, you should oblige them by calling because it helps the continuity stay fluid during the live stream. That gives me less to have to talk while going live. There's times I really don't want to just keep talking. I'd like to hear somebody else give their commentary. Now, I can always change the format and nobody ever comes back to talk. I can just upload videos at my convenience and give you a 8-minute commentary, which, that would be very hard for the queen, but still I can save my voice. Hi. Welcome to the Vault XL. On September 15th, 1919, such and such was brutally shot in front of his home. The police found no evidence of this, and this. There were no eyewitnesses. If you have any tips, could you please call this place this time with your information? Thank you for joining me. You have been listening to the Vault XL. Would you prefer that I give my commentary like that? Seriously. Because there are many YouTubers, they do not engage with the chat. They do not do live streams. They do not have panels. They do not have call-in numbers. They read you the information off a teleprompter and then they cut it off. And they get thousands of views. That's what's amazing to me. Everybody's format is different. I work hard for what I do up here. I map out my time, how long it's going to take to read this, get this, come on, do this. And the viewership is not what it should be because I know people who don't do shit. They just talk and that's it. They really don't research anything. They don't compare shopping, the articles. They don't do nothing. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, Pinto, something has to give because let's be truthful. I'm 2 hours and 23 minutes into this live stream. I have not looked into the video queue and ever seen 10,000 views per video. There are people who are getting 100,000 views to do absolutely nothing. That's all I'm saying. So why should I sit here on a live stream for 2 hours, 3 hours, and don't even get 5,000 views? I mean, come on, let's we'll just call a spade a spade. That's a waste of my time. That's a waste of my time. Because I don't understand it myself. And I've had many people say that, oh my God, I can't believe you don't get any views for your commentary. Because people pick and choose what and whom they want to listen to. Now, if I was talking about Summer Wells, let's keep it real. There will be more people in the chat right now. And I think that's really distasteful because I feel like I put in the same amount of work to talk about Summer or this subject This subject here, I have to do more work because there's more details. Summer Wells don't have any updates, so it's just me ad-libbing, giving my opinion, or letting somebody come up on a panel to give their opinion pertaining to the case. But all in all, there are no new updates with Summer Wells. It's just a bunch of hee-haw ass mess pertaining to people that knew the child. But it ain't no updates. But I get more views per the live stream and then afterwards. And frankly, I should have more views for those videos. Yeah, I'm tooting my own damn horn. But I said I got a trick for that. After that little girl's birthday, hey, about to be a change. It's about to be a change. Because I'm tired of putting in all this work. I think about all the time I put in researching articles and doing all that. That's time I could be doing something else. I could be watching my Roku TV. I got Roku TVs just sitting here collecting dust because they don't even get turned on. The one in the living room is just sitting there by her little lonesome because the damn room is so damn drafty in there. It's like, what is the point? You're heating this empty space. But the point I'm trying to make is there's just other things I'd like to be doing with my time. My time is very valuable to me. And that's the one thing people don't understand. As you get older, every minute is important. I don't care if you're filing your toenails, you're stirring off into space. You better value your time. Because just like, well, you know I'm not about to give you my telephone number. I told you to call me on IG, girl. You can upload you a profile right quick for IG and just call me. As you get older, you should value your time because as you see, life is short. And when you're talking about stories like this, even though I'm not a drug user, you know, I don't consider myself an alcoholic. But what I'm saying is you could leave here at a moment's notice. I could easily go right outside, get in a car, be in a car wreck, and perish. Die from heart disease, aneurysm, whatever. And then I have to tell myself, of course I'd be dead, I ain't gonna know, what the hell was I doing before I died? Oh, uploading content for content, taking an hour to get on live, gathering information to only get 300 views. I'm just keeping it real. It's insane. Oh yeah, poor Roku, yes. YouTube, what do you mean? I need to be schooled on how to YouTube properly, utilize. What do you mean, honey? Instagram, yes, we are. It's Instagram. Yeah. You can just go into Instagram and open up, they'll ask you a little personal information, just like Facebook. Log in your information and then send me a message. All you have to do. Call me. I'll answer. Call me. I'll reply. See, I'm too humorous really to talk about true crime because most people who know me know I have a wicked sense of humor and there's times I can be serious and then there's times I can crack a joke. And naturally, it's probably not proper etiquette to crack jokes when you're talking about true crime, but a lot of the people that be in the story, they do such stupid stuff. You know, I will make a snide remark about them and people will start to laugh, you know, but it's no disrespect to the dead, by no means. I'm never going to joke about the dead people. But some of the people that have immersed themselves in the case, those are the people who I'm, you know, making the crazy comments about because they're just ridiculous to me. Oh, thank you, honey. I was kind of bloated, little did people know in that video. I can't eat and drink. That's just something I cannot do. I can eat and drink, you know, like soda pop, tea or some water with dinner, but I can't eat food and drink alcohol together. It don't mix good. I always get bloated if I start eating. Then I try to drink a little bit of alcohol, just like it sits in my throat. I was really not feeling it my best. Last Friday night, but I paced myself. I really didn't drink a lot. Matter of fact, I didn't even have a buzz. I didn't even have a buzz or anything. But I might get one tonight. Because this true crime stuff will make you drink. Jesus, well, thank you all. Thank you so much. Oh, you got it? Well, go in your IG. Tears ran dry. Call me up. Happy I cannot sing, sweetheart. I can only drink Bloody Marys and no food. Okay. Yeah, I drink on an empty stomach. And a lot of people say, oh my God, how do you do that? You're ruining your stomach. I just cannot drink on a full stomach. I have seen people eat food, just eat, and then they start drinking liquor. Or they're drinking while they're eating the food. And I'm looking at them like, how can you do it? And even though I'm a heavier person, I cannot eat food and guzzle down alcohol. That stuff will come right back up. I just can't do it. My body's just not made. I can't do it. And now with this acid reflux stuff I got going on, it's really a no-no. Oh, I'm sorry. I was moving my camera. Sorry about that, you guys. I don't think I'm going to put any more polls up. Unless somebody in the chat has another question they want to put up as a poll, you can drop it down while we're talking. I'm already 2 hours and 31 minutes. I'm going to end this here shortly because it's hard for people to enjoy the live streams when you're going that long, because so many people are on YouTube, bringing content, and it really is a lot to digest when people, when you start doing them long lives. Nobody has time to sit here and watch 3-4 hours of a live stream. But I was just trying to put some questions that were on my mind pertaining to this case. And I think you all answered my question about Jordan. He lied. Let's just be truthful. He lied about seeing his friends. With the information at hand now, there's no way we could think he hasn't lied. So do you all think he should be charged? Oh, that's a question. Hold on. Let me put that in my notes. Because I've got to put all these on the poll on the community page. So I'll be busy when I get off this live stream. Oh, yes. No doubt he lied. Said what, Pinto? Pinto, what are you saying? Oh, yes. No doubt. I don't understand what you're saying, honey. Let's put up this next question. Then I'll go over to IG to see if Tears sent me a message to come up here and talk. Okay. Should Jordan be charged with a crime? Because the crime could be negligence. It also could be murder if indeed he gave him the drugs. Oh, did I put that down as a question that he gave him the drugs? Let me check my notes. I said weed, was the weed laced, provide drugs separate? Hell, I can't even remember. I have to go back up on the poll and look. Jesus, I can't remember. Hold on, you guys. Well, you all keeping me company early Friday night. Gotta find me something good to watch. Been watching the old Housewives, Real Housewives, Beverly Hills, Dallas. Woo, that Dallas group, they were rough too. Jesus, well. Just goes to show you people are strange. We're all strange creatures. All I want is the damn money. I don't need nobody to follow me around with no damn camera trying to see what I'm doing. Just give me the money, the house, and the car. I would be as happy as I'll get out. People will say, well, you'll probably get depressed about something. I might, but I'll be happy knowing I can take care of myself. I got money in the bank. I can go where I want. I can travel. Shit, I ain't going to jump in no damn river because I'm having a bad day or some guy don't like me. Get depressed, go out to eat. Get depressed, order DoorDash. Get depressed, turn on a movie. Thousands of things you can do when you get depressed. Hell, you can just cry about it. Cry yourself to sleep. Get up, eat your omelet the next morning, keep it moving. Damn. We all get depressed. Hell. That's what you're getting ready to start listening to from here on out. Hypothetical questions about life. I wish you all were here when I went live about Miss Gail Lewis, the woman that found her husband in the Atlanta airport with his mistress. I just like talking about different things. He lied. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart. Here. I don't just started using that big sexy dot. That damn IG. So I hadn't even been using it. I'm about to really come off all of it. I don't even use the X account. It was Twitter. Why they changed the name to Twitter? I think Twitter sounds better than X. It's creepy. Why did they change the name anyway? I haven't been on Twitter. I put something up on Twitter X the other day, sharing my content, but I haven't really been on there since last winter, almost a year. I don't have time to do, Facebook, YouTube, IG, Twitter. Then they got the nerve to have all this other shit, TikTok, Snap. I don't have time for all that. Care about that stuff. Big Sexy. Yeah, that was my college name. A football player gave me that nickname. I had a crush on a young man. His line name was Too Sexy. He pledged Kappa Alpha Psi, for those of you who are familiar with black sororities and fraternities. So I was online as a baby sister, but I got sick and then they didn't let me come back to finish. So I wasn't able to be a little sister. So anyway, one day we were standing outside the dorm, the football dorm, and Cedric, that's his name, he was looking at me and he said, Angela likes Too Sexy, Big Sexy. So next thing I know, everybody started calling me Big Sexy all the way from college back to this region. I was like, oh my God. And that's how I got that nickname, Big Sexy. Of course, I was smaller. I was smaller than I am now. I was a tall girl, of course, had a little weight on me, but nothing like the weight I got on me now. But, honey, I was a bad old girl. Shut your mouth. And what's weird about life? I get more attention now since I turned about 26, 27. I get more attention in my late 20s up until now than I got in high school. It's just so weird, my early 20s. Just very strange. Men are strange creatures. They're just strange. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Honey, I got all kind of stories I could tell y'all. The stories I could tell you all about life and people, please, you would need 8 bags of popcorn and a bottle of whiskey. Should Jordan be charged with the crime? 74% yes, 11% no, 16% not sure. Who else wants to take that poll before I close it out? Thank you for joining me. Is big what? Britt, what are you talking about? Yeah, men are strange. They've got the type of women they like. Some guys like blonde-haired women. Some guys like them thin only. Some guys want them with big butts. Some guys like them with big breasts. Then you have some guys who say they don't want a big-breasted woman. Some guys, I've heard some white men say, I don't want a woman with a big old butt. So, everybody has their preferences. Some men, some white men like black women, Asian women, Hispanic women. Then you got the black men that like white women, Asian women, so on and so forth. Everybody's got their preferences. Maybe that's the live I'll do tonight, Friday night. Slip on my pajamas and get me a drink and go live. What is your preference? Do you like white men, black men, tall men, short men, fat men. I remember this girl, she had said this to me years ago. She's still around. We're the same age. She had made a comment once saying she liked heavier men. And I just thought that was so strange to me because she's a shorter girl. You know, she was average weight, about a 13, 14 in size at that time. And I just couldn't understand why that was her preference. You know, not to be mean or anything. I just thought it was strange. All right, everybody. Let me go over to IG. Hold on. We've got company. Shut your mouth. See, I like to have too much fun to be talking about true crime every day. I'm just a fun-natured type person, and that this stuff is depressing to me. Just depressing. Yeah. None of the people I call want to come on. Hey, girl. Hey, baby. Peace, love, and happiness. Love and happiness make you want to do right, make you want to do wrong. Woo! Maybe that's why I need to play some Al Green up here. Come on, you guys. Okay, we got to get serious now. I have never been married, Teresa. Oh, Lord. She ain't answering the phone. Answer your phone, girl. Hello, hello. Queen is calling you. Answer your phone, darling. Oh, here she is. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah. I'm ready to join. Come on, baby. Come talk to the queen. Well, why is it disconnected? Oh, Lord of mercy. Oh, Jesus. This modern technology is just ridiculous. We can't get it together. Sorry, you guys. I don't know why it's not connecting. What is the problem? Don't call me. Let me call you, honey. What's going on? This is very strange. Connection lost. Girl, you got to get near your router, honey. Oh, Lord. What is going on? I just don't understand. She must be driving or something. This is weird. See, it keeps coming up on my phone. For some reason, I don't know what's going on. Hello? Yeah, close everything out, honey, because I'm going to close everything out because I don't understand what's going on here. This is strange to me. See, it keeps coming up on my phone. I can't answer on my phone because I'm on a live stream on my phone. I got to go out of here because this is getting just too much. I don't know what's going on. Oh, Lordy. I'll just leave it all together and start over. I just don't understand why it's not opening up. This is weird. There's some strange stuff going on. Hello, honey. Girl, I wish I did have a great voice. I don't understand why it won't connect. It keeps... Oh, Jesus. This is weird. Keep saying connection lost. I don't know. Well, very weird. Let's check the last poll. Should Jordan be charged with the crime? 75% yes, 9% no, 16% not sure. She keeps calling me, but every time I open it up, it doesn't do anything. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It says the call has been disconnected. It says open a new window and try to call again. See, this is... Oh, man, you gotta be kidding me. We've been on this phone for 12 hours. What is the problem? Lord have mercy. I don't know what to do. All right. Most of you believe he should be arrested. Sorry. Well, I don't know if it's because we got tabs open, different tabs open. This is what's strange. Your call keeps saying not open. So I mean, I don't understand because it's ringing. That's what doesn't make any sense. This is just weird to me. Hold on a minute. Don't hang up. I'm trying to join. Maybe it's me. I don't know. Hello? I don't hear anything. Hello? Honey, do you not have your volume on? What is the deal? Let me see. Yeah, because I went out. It only answers on my phone. It won't answer on the computer. So I don't understand why it won't answer on my computer. This is strange. On the computer. She can call me because I can't answer on the phone because I'm on the phone. So I don't know what the hell's going on. This is weird. She's got to make sure she's got other stuff out. Not open, because I made sure to make sure I had everything out. This is some weird stuff going on. I ain't never seen no mess like this before. Why it won't open up? Look at all the calls come in. It won't open for some reason. This is bizarre. Hey, everybody. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. It's just strange. This is some weird shit. I can't even call back. Oh, follow her back? Yeah, that's what it seems to be the problem. You have to follow back. You're right. Because we did that. That's the problem we had the other day. But usually it wouldn't even let the person even call. I wouldn't even be able to call until I follow back. So let me go in her. Jesus, come on. Now it's not doing nothing. Sorry it's taking so long. I'm trying to. What in the hell? Let me have to go to the bathroom, all this damn nonsense. Let's see. So that's basically IG trying to tell you how to do business. You got to follow somebody in order to make a damn phone call. That makes no sense. But they can mess. They can message each other. Stupid. Still saying the same thing. Connection lost. Answer her. I don't know how to do it. I don't understand what's going on. This is very bizarre. Oh, Lord have mercy. So we'll leave this one open. Hold on. This is strange. The call disconnected. Open a new window and try your call again. How am I going to open a new window if I'm not in the damn menu? This makes no sense. I don't know what to do. Because this doesn't make any sense. I'm out of the damn thing now. Notifications. Oh, Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. I have no idea why I cannot answer this phone call. I don't have it. I'm not doing the panel because I'm going live from my phone. Oh, Lord of mercy. This is so weird. I bet I know exactly what it is. I gotta send her a message. This IG is so damn fake. They need to give instructions on how to work the damn thing. Because they didn't used to have to do all this. Oh, Lord, my head hurts. Still doing the same thing. I don't understand it. Open a new window and try your call. Well, what in the world? There's got to be something wrong. Let me try calling somebody else. That way I'll know something. There's got to be something else going on. I know you keep calling. It won't let me connect. To me. I'm calling Latrice, see if she answers. Latrice ain't answering. Oh, Lord. I have no idea what's going on. Let me shut this computer down because I don't know what to do. A for effort. Ain't that the truth? Remember we had this trouble before with trying to get them to do it the other day, and what it was, I had to follow them back. Okay, I followed her back. It still won't do it. Send her a message. Still won't do it. I don't know. There's something wrong. There's something really wrong here. I don't know what's the problem. Because it shouldn't be this difficult. See, it's ringing on my phone. I don't know if that's what's causing the problem. Because I got two devices open at the same time. It's kind of strange. I don't know. It's very weird. Honey, nothing. Woo, what a horrible username. connection lost. I don't get it. This is weird. See, this call has been disconnected. Open a new window and try to call again. Oh, Lord. Now I'm scared for anybody else to even send a message. Requests. Oh, Lord Jesus. This is not good. Let's see. Hagen, hold on. I'm trying to find you, honey. What in God's name? Lord have mercy. This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. Let me see if Hagen will do it. Hagen, I'm gonna try calling you to see if you'll open up, because this is some weird shit going on up here. I ain't never seen nothing like this before in my life. All right, sweetheart. Yeah, it's stupid. Hey, hello, babe. Answer the phone. I'm trying to see if your phone will answer or not. We're trying to figure out what the hell's wrong with this. Hagen, answer the phone. Hello?
Oh my God, it's working.
Oh my God, dial a date. I don't understand with her. I can't. Hers won't open up for some reason. It's weird.
It does all the open settings, and I just downloaded it without my daughter, so I'm just like,
Yeah. Well, my thing is, JB must have open windows, because you have to have all the windows clear in order to make a connection. You understand what I'm saying? You can't have anything at the top of the computer or any other tabs open. And I knew I didn't have any tabs because I had to go back in 3-4 times, erase everything out. And I kept thinking it can't be on my end, because I dialed Latrice's number. She didn't answer. And now you opened up. So all I've got on the tabs is Instagram call, 2 inboxes. All right, roll it up. Give me the 411. I'm going to step out the room for a minute, but I can hear you.
Well, here's the thing. I think, in my opinion, I need to know where the blood was found, because a body will not pump blood if it's dead.
Well, maybe they mean they could see blood, but it was frozen. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
That's why I kept wondering if they said where, and apparently they're not going to tell us. So
yeah.
My thing is, one body, maybe an accident, 3 in the backyard. That's not too good.
So give us your theory of what you think happened, Hagen.
I'm not exactly sure. But what I do know is he should be charged for something.
Such as?
He's got to have known that they were there.
And why do you think he knew that they were there?
He had to clean up the mess.
What mess?
In the house.
Okay, what mess is that though, sweetie?
Well, if they were all doing drugs and acting crazy, there's got to be some mess in the house.
Okay, so you're saying he knew they left the backpack. What about the backpack, the coat, All those things were taken over to the family's house. So that means at some point he saw those items at some point before the girl broke in, before the police was called. Okay.
Exactly. And not only that, there's got to be car keys laying around. I can tell you every car key laying in my house, what vehicle to. And I mean, my daughter has kids over here all the time, and it's like, whoa, hold up, make sure everybody's got your phone, your keys.
Yeah, because you can pick up the wrong keys, you know, so 2 people, 3 people leave their keys out, you pick up the wrong keys. But let's go here. I put up a lot of polls. So let's go with scenario number 1. They died inside or outside?
I don't know.
Oh, damn, Hagen.
That one I don't know. That's why I need to know where the blood was found. And
it's outside, honey. It had to be outside, maybe. Or you want to think the blood was inside. I would hope I was hoping Cuomo would have been more descriptive about where the blood was found. But the way he made it seem like it was outside, because he's setting the scene that they were outside when they walked up to the dead bodies. So if the bodies are outside, I would assume that's where you saw the blood, was on the victim.
In that case, depending upon the blood splatter, would mean whether they were alive when they fell. I'm assuming it was in the yard with the 2 and.
But you do know you can bleed out. You're gonna bleed out alive, right? From the mouth or the nose.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you don't bleed afterwards, I don't guess, unless, I don't know.
Well, your heart's not pumping after you die. So.
Exactly. So you alive. So that's why I asked. Could it be that they were alive, but help wasn't rendered and they froze to death? Because there's a difference.
Well, that could be the case, but also, 3 times the survivable amount of fentanyl.
I don't know. Well, somebody's asking about the people trying to call them. See, that's why I said, where were the phones? Inside, outside? Wouldn't the phones froze? Can the phones still operate in 20-degree weather? I say yes.
I say yes.
Yeah, 39. It's not like we're talking about 10 degrees.
Well, here's the thing. One guy was without a coat.
Yeah, I think that's McKinney.
His coat was in the house, I think they said.
Okay.
The backpack was in the house.
Right, so that's why I said he knew they were out there.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. If nothing else, get charged with,
negligence.
Improper.
And not rendering aid. Because guess what? If you see that the stuff's inside, the family comes back and tells you, that means also the detectives didn't do their job. So that's even worse. Then we have to say the guys could have actually been alive, but we're not going to know that until they bring the autopsy to say, yes, this person was dead when this person hit the ground, then died, or hit the ground and was alive.
Yeah.
So that's what we're waiting on.
That from the beginning, because they said it was, there was no improprieties. Everything looked normal.
Yeah. But that's a police. He's not a medical doctor.
No.
So he can't tell me if somebody was dead, how they died, or how they got there. That's just you looking at the scene saying they weren't beat up, they weren't bludgeoned to death. That's all he can tell you. He can't tell you what the hell was going on inside, time of death, food, what was ingested, not ingested, because he don't know that.
Well, not only that, Jordan had, 2.5 days to clean up?
Yeah, but I was knocked out.
So he says.
Exactly. The rehab stint. In the rehab, not in rehab?
He's in rehab, so the cops won't arrest him.
Okay. You can be arrested anywhere.
Cops can't get to him.
Well,
yeah, they can, but they can't pull him out of rehab.
If there's an active warrant, I think you can, sweetheart. Where is there a law that says I can't take you out of rehab?
Most rehabs won't let the police take them. I
don't know. We'll have to Google that. I don't see that would make a difference. That's just like the hospital. Yeah, naturally you're in ICU. I can't pull you off the tubes to arrest you. See where I'm going?
Yeah.
But you are living and walking and talking in rehab. You're not incapacitated. I think that's the only way they can arrest you. You're dead or you're dying. But rehab to me would not count. I don't think. Yvonne's going to Google it. Yeah. You're living and walking, so I can see them arresting you because people go into jail all the time under the influence of narcotics and addicted. So I don't see how rehab would be any different.
I'm just going by like my uncle went to rehab because the court ordered.
That's different. He went to court first, though. See where I'm going?
Well, yeah, but he had other warrants out for him, and the police could not go in and get him. The rehab did not even have to tell the police that when he was.
Well, and see, that's what I was going to say, too. We can't even verify that he's in rehab. Who's to say you're going to even get that information that he's in rehab?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's kind of, that's why I'm looking at if he did go to rehab, it was kind of a quiet spot where nobody could find him.
Okay, but guess what? How's it quiet if your friend is telling you're in it? So then this person would have to be obligated by law to tell, even though, let's just say you're right, this state says, oh, we won't release him to authorities. You've got a person who could be remanded to say, go to court to say, yes, tell us where he is. But then they got the right to say, I decline to tell. This is just getting ridiculous now. Damn.
I know.
Oh, Lord.
Well, wait, it's done.
Lord.
Come on, 3 bodies in the backyard. Is that not ridiculous?
This is bad. This is really, really bad. Yvonne P., tell us what you got for the state of Kansas on rehab and the authorities being able to get you out of rehab with a warrant. Google says, yes, cops can go in and arrest you. Okay, thank you, baby. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Well, and you're talking about 3 dead bodies, too? Yeah, I can see a court fighting that, saying he's got to come out of there.
Yeah, because 1, okay, that could have been an accident, but 3?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's not like they had a blizzard. They weren't covered.
Yeah.
With snow.
So now let's talk about what was found in the backpack of Mr. Johnson. Antacids and ibuprofen. That means the police didn't even test the pills because you would have to take the pills out to the lab to have them tested.
Did they ever really even take any of that as evidence, though?
I'm just telling you, sweetheart. You couldn't have taken it because they turned this stuff over to the family.
Yeah.
How would the guy be able to take the pills back to the family in the backpack if the police confiscated the pills and the antacid?
Exactly.
I mean, he could have had some lethal drug mixed in with the ibuprofen. Fentanyl could have been the pills. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, these guys look like they did not miss a meal.
Oh, we know. Yeah, we know the two did.
They had some issues, maybe intestinal, stomach.
Ricky, yeah, antacids, yeah, acid reflux or something, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see them doing hardcore drugs either.
I think I'm not gonna agree with that, sweetheart. The guy, did you not hear my commentary? What the cousin just told? He was the go-to guy, and that's what they went over there for.
Oh yeah, he was the chemist in high school.
Okay, but guess what? Why am I going to the chemist's house and I'm an adult?
To watch the football game, perhaps?
No. Come on, Hagen. Come on, Hagen.
I know.
You know they were users.
I'm giving these guys the benefit of the doubt. They're not here to say.
Okay, but 3 died. Wouldn't 1 say, I don't use drugs? No, thank you. Think about it.
Well, that one guy on the news or whatever, or wherever I seen it, he was sitting there saying that he used his friends or his cousin as guinea pig.
Yeah, but I can say that because I'm pissed off. I wanna hit on a platter.
Well, yeah. But
you got difference of conversations. You've got guinea pig versus, oh, he's the chemist, been a chemist since high school, if we're repeating that right. And then also everybody knew what he did, and the guys knew to go over there to get stuff to make them feel good. So to make me feel good means I'm asking you about something, or you're offering me something to make me feel better. So that means I'm complicit in getting high. So that's not really somebody holding a gun to your head. And then you're 38, 37 years old. So you're going over there for a reason. You ain't just going over there to eat hot dogs and watch the game. You're also going because the chemist has the drugs. So that means you're a user to me.
And then my other thing about rehab is, did he go to get in rehab? Did they test him for anything?
Hey, Kelsey. Did he get tested?
Yeah, would he have to do a blood test to see what was in his system? Well,
I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would have him pee in a cup or get his blood drawn. Yeah.
Is he going to rehab to lay low and get the stuff out of his system?
What if he's not? Okay,
to do with that?
Let's go here. You're not going to go to rehab and show you're not in there. You can go get a doctor to do that. How about he ain't even at rehab? How about that?
Well, that could be. I mean, he did move out in 2 days? And that was my other question. Did he pack up before or after the gathering?
Well, we know he didn't pack up because he was still in the house. He could have easily left the house.
In the house doesn't mean that he wasn't living like a refugee.
Okay, but what I'm saying, sweetheart, you're walking around in your underwear and a wine glass. I think you're probably still living there.
You can do that from any bed and breakfast, or, Airbnb.
But he wasn't at an Airbnb. He was at his own house. What are you talking about? Come on, I've seen people. JBA, I'm on the phone right now, baby. I've got Hagen on the line. You'll have to wait till she's done. And I don't know how you're going to get through because there's some type of bad connection. I don't know what's going on. No, I think he packed up once they came, got the bodies out. People started asking questions. They're still calling his phone. He ain't answering. Just imagine all the bodies are gone and people are still calling his phone trying to get an explanation and he still ain't answering. See where I'm going? I got to get the hell out of here because they're going to keep coming back to this house. He knew to get out of there.
Right. Well, I understand that, but how can you pack up a whole house and
Well, I don't know because the black girl said she didn't even see no movement up there. So I don't know if he backed the truck into the garage and then loaded it that way. But then who helped him? Because I can tell you, moving by yourself, heavy furniture, one person can't pick up no sofa.
Yeah.
You'd have to have a dolly, roll it up on the thing to put it in the truck. And unless he didn't have a lot of furniture in his house, but he got his ass out of there quick.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
So he had help. Somebody probably came.
Get out of my house.
Somebody probably came to help. So then you got to ask that, who came?
Could have been Alec.
Well, Teresa, I know people don't tell their family things, but I think a few people didn't know they got high because the cousin's telling that. The guy's been a chemist for some time. They knew to go over there and get drugs. He knew to give them drugs to make them feel better. So I refuse to believe these guys just woke up at 37, almost 40 years of age and start getting high. They've been getting high. They were getting high before Jordan even came back from California or wherever he was living. I do believe that. So I can't put all the blame on Jordan as far as what drugs are in their system because you got to prove he gave them drugs, number one. You got to prove he gave them drugs that he knew was lethal. See, all that's got to be proven, whether he's a chemist or not. You got to prove who brought the drugs. 3 people are dead. They can't tell it. Alex is nowhere in sight, so that leaves Jordan.
Yeah, because here's the other thing. The football game was way earlier in the day. Now, Alex said he showed up at 7.
Yeah.
So
it would have ended. If it happened at 4:35. You got to remember that California is 2 hours ahead of Kansas City. So the game would have started in the afternoon. It would have ended probably after 7 because games go at least 3.5 hours football. So he would have came really when the game was about to go off.
Exactly.
If I'm exacting the time right.
That would make it possibly that the 3 guys were somewhere else before then?
Well, that's what they're saying. But this starts off the story, they're at this house, watch party. Then it went from that to, they were bar hopping or went somewhere else, then back to the house. See, you don't even get the truth about where the hell they actually were. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Just a bunch of bullshit.
Well, that's why I think Jordan should be at least charged with proper disposal of bodies or not reporting or until they can figure out what to do.
Yeah. Yeah. See, that's the thing about crimes such as this. Everything's burden of proof. You got to prove who gave whom the drug. So you got the homeowner, people dying in his house. You've got to show cause that he had access to whatever was found inside of the victims. You have to see if he also had these same drugs inside of him. That's the only way you can bring forward a charge, is to prove, you know, he one gave him the drugs and or he knew they were dead outside. See, all that's burden of proof.
Impossible.
Yeah, that's the only way you can get them on the negligence. You knew they were out there dead. You knew they died from the drugs. You didn't render aid. You left them out there. But the proof on that, to me, are the coat, and the backpack.
Well, yeah, that they were out in the backyard.
Yeah, you knew that because once you got up, you would have said to yourself, let me call these people. You never called.
Yeah.
Because if you called, somebody else would have said, well, we're looking for them.
Out of the front yard.
They're not answering their phone. They're not answering. And then you'd be saying, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I've got this backpack here. I got this coat here. Have you heard from them? And then the other people would say, well, I thought they went to your house. And then you say, well, I don't know. So then maybe you go outside and look. Oh, fuck, their car's out here. Ding, ding, ding. So, yeah, he knew. He knew all along they were out there.
I mean, I live on a dead end, and I see, I can see people coming in and out. I have no problem looking through my window, looking through security cameras.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that. Do you believe he had security cameras inside and outside of the house?
I don't know.
Okay.
It was a rental.
Okay. So you still have cameras, sweetheart. People rent all the time. Most people rent.
Yeah, but sometimes cameras will damage things.
What?
Well, I mean, if you're putting up permanent, not even permanent, but like if you have to.
Baby, you can put a camera in the window, sweetheart, just with a plug in.
Well, yeah, but.
Hagen?
All mine are attached.
Hagen. You're one of my good fans. Stop it. You making excuses.
No, yeah, I am making excuses.
Yes, you are making excuses. Are you favoring Jordan? Where's this going? You're confusing me. Hello?
You know what? There's got to be, okay, if we're going with cameras, what about the neighbors?
Okay, well, what about them?
Don't they have cameras?
Well, I don't let you tell it, maybe not. I'm just saying. Most people do have security cameras, sweetheart, whether they rent or not. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's known to use drugs, sell drugs, or whatever he's doing, you think he wouldn't have cameras in his house? Come on now. So that's a question. That's a question nobody's answering. If we're going to believe this guy who's a cousin saying he's the chemist, he's doing shit all the time, wouldn't I have cameras knowing that people know I'm making dope or manufactured dope? Come on.
And you know what? That was a big old house for one person to be.
I thought that too. So I said maybe he did have some labs in there. He was concocting shit, making up shit. So did they do a proper search of stuff? Would these detectives know what to look for to confiscate stuff? But if you're woke and know your friends are dead, you've put all that shit up nice and neat. So that's why we need the cameras to see if he left the house, dumped anything in the trash, took anything out, where was his car parked? Because if he parked inside of a garage, you can't see what he's taking in and out. So then we need the cameras to see that he left the property and returned. How many trips did he make? See, all that's relevant.
Yeah. And see, the other thing that didn't make sense was the fiance beating on the door. He doesn't answer. She breaks in through the basement and comes into the house, hollers, screams. He still doesn't hear her.
Yeah.
She makes it out to the back porch, sees the body, and she hightails it out the back gate.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he hears the cops knocking. After what, 2.5 days?
But I'm glad they told us about the backpack, because that just tells me that Jordan knew that they were dead. Because at some point he got up, and if he had a wine glass, you know damn well the wine wasn't sitting beside the damn sofa for damn 2 days. You can drink a bottle of wine in one sitting.
Yeah, that didn't make sense either.
Yeah.
Well,
Somebody asked if they check his garbage. I don't know, sweetheart. See, I don't know what they checked. See, that's the whole point. You know, they couldn't have checked much because you left a backpack with stuff in 2 bottles of stuff that belonged to Ricky. So you couldn't have checked that because how would the family have gotten the bottles? If you confiscated the bottles, they wouldn't have never gotten the bottles out of his backpack. They would just gotten the backpack.
Well, see, from the jump, they said, you know, there was no foul play, so they weren't really investigating.
But that's why they should have never said that. You don't know what's foul play until you do autopsies and toxicology reports. That's why they should have never said that. They should have just said, this is a death investigation, and we will bring you the information when we get it, and then left it alone.
Well, couldn't they have taped it off like crime scene? And
well, he did say there was crime scene tape. Cuomo said there was tape. But the point is, just because you wrote something off, then that does not mean you thoroughly investigated and took things that you should have taken. See, we don't know what they took from the inside, but we can only go by what is being said that the parents got stuff from the dead people. So you couldn't have done a thorough job because why is there pills in a bottle? We don't know what's in those pill bottles. For all we know right now, those parents got dope in a bottle right now.
Yeah.
You know, they could actually be ibuprofen, but who's to say?
And then he had time to clean up, and he had time to pack and leave.
Yeah.
So any evidence is really gone.
Yeah. Yeah. Unless you test the things he used in his labs, we don't know what he actually had. If he had labs set up for testing things or making drugs, so then somebody would have to go in and take all that stuff, confiscate it, and run tests on all his machinery and tubes and things like that.
That would mean they'd have to figure out where he moved to.
No, I'm saying you would have taken all those things before he moved out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So wicked. It's wicked. It's wicked. Let's talk about Alex. What's his role?
I don't know.
I'm gonna step away for a second. Keep talking so the fans can hear you.
See, the only thing that I look at Alex popped in and then he disappeared.
Okay, so you don't think Alex saw and noticed his friends were dead? You think he just happened to leave at 12 o'clock before the boys died?
I don't know, but I do know that he disappeared quick. So either he knows something or he doesn't.
And then the fact he disappeared gives a timeline. The homeowner don't give a timeline, and then you also get a lawyer. Stay woke.
Yeah. But that can mean you're guilty. That can mean you're innocent. Getting a lawyer really doesn't mean much. Unless you're scared of something. And, it can go either way with that. But I don't like the fact that he just disappeared. He came out, said what he had to say, and he was gone. Well, heck, Jordan disappeared after the fact, too. And see, that's the other thing. If Jordan is innocent, why do you pack up and move? Isn't that expensive?
Hold on 1 second, honey.
Especially if you're a renter.
Hold on, wait a minute. Okay, what'd you say?
I said,
I had to step away.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Alex was there and then he was gone. He disappeared.
Okay.
And if you're innocent of whatever you've done, why would you pack up and move? Isn't that expensive?
Well, he's got money. He's a scientist. He probably has savings. He's probably been working a long time since graduating college.
Yeah, but either way, first, last, security deposit.
Well, if I'm up to no good, I don't care about that. I know my friends are dead. I let them lay out their dead. I don't care about no security deposit. People run all the time, and they have a whole house full of nice furniture, cars, everything.
Well, yeah, that's true. But in the case of if you were innocent, you wouldn't run.
Well, he packed up and put the stuff in storage, remember? Let the source tell it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He must not have had much in the house, so stuff had to be put somewhere.
I think all that's a ruse to go into rehab, packing up. That was to save himself because he knew a toxicology report was going to be done and what they were going to find in them guys.
Yeah. The minute the coast was clear, he was gone. This is one of the craziest things I've ever heard. You know, besides the new thing with the guy in Pennsylvania. But
so what, sweetie?
Huh?
I didn't hear what you said.
I said this is one of the craziest things I've ever heard, except the new one, the guy in Pennsylvania.
Well, this really probably happens quite a bit if you don't hang around people that get high on drugs and people who overdose. But people overdose all the time, as you've heard the statistics I played yesterday. And you also have people who will take a body and dump it out because they don't want that body found in their house.
Yeah.
Because a lot of states are charging people with negligence and murder. So yeah, I don't want a dead body in my house. Think about it. Who wants 3 bodies?
Exactly. Yeah, but that was still in the backyard.
Quit saying that. It's the same property. It doesn't matter.
I know. It's the same property.
Backyard on the roof. What's the difference?
Neighbors.
Huh?
He didn't take him out the backyard and bury him at the neighbors or anything like that.
He didn't have that kind of time. Listen, in order for me to dump the bodies, I still got to have enough sense to say they've got phones, they can be tracked, their GPS could be on, their cars are outside. That's a lot of work, Hagen. Dumping one person and getting rid of one is not the same as 3 people.
Yeah, but, you know, packing up and moving, that's a lot of work, too.
Hagen, are you smoking something? What the hell is you saying?
I said packing up and moving is pretty hard.
Me packing up is not the same as disposing of 3 bodies, moving cars. You also got to get help to do some of that stuff. Is the person I'm going to get to do this also, I got to worry about them not telling on me?
Yeah.
Are you not really thinking this through?
I'm starting to with the disposal of bodies.
Yes, it's work. It's harder to dispose 3 at one time by myself, and so nobody knows that I've done this. Now I've got 2 cars to move. How am I going to get back to point A to B back to my house after I go take and dump the first car? Now I got to go back out. If I get back, dump car number 2, get back. I got to worry about doorbell cameras. If I got cameras, I got to explain why I disabled my camera. See, that's a whole lot that goes into dumping bodies.
Yeah, and then you got to look at, are the cars new enough to where they have a tracking device on them?
What?
The newer the car, they can pinpoint your movements in it.
That's what I'm saying. You got to turn the car over. You don't know if they had newer cars that had GPS in the cars. See, it's too much work. So it's easier. I just pretend I don't know that they passed out back there. My opinion.
Yeah, because the backyard was fenced in and no one would see.
Yeah, the fence is high. Neighbors couldn't even see over those fences, I believe. Yeah, I believe that.
He had to have known someone would come looking.
But, Hagen, stop it. I don't care they're going to come looking. I can't dump the bodies. It's too much work to dump the bodies, so they'll have to lay out there.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now.
And then the whole dog thing.
Yeah. What do you say about the dog?
Well, that's what I wanted to know. Was he packing up his house before this to move? Because that would be the only logical explanation why your dogs wouldn't be in your house.
But you're not making sense. I'm going to take the dogs out, pack up my house, but be caught there for the girl to break in and see me. And then the police question me. I'm in my underwear with an empty wine glass. Think about what you're saying now.
Yeah, well, I'm not looking at all that. I'm looking at...
But you got to look at all that. But listen. You know how I work. You got to think about that. You got to think about everything that you're saying. So what? He took the dogs. He took the dogs so they wouldn't be barking.
Well, yeah.
That's going to draw attention to barking dogs. Especially if your dogs aren't the type to bark, the neighbor could come over and be like, hey, what's going on? Your dogs are barking quite a bit. Yeah, because they're looking at them dead folks outside.
Yeah. I was trying to look at why a person would take their dogs out of their home.
It should be obvious. You got 3 dead people. You got 3 dead people in the back. If I got a doggy door, there's a doggy door hanging. The dogs obviously go out of the doggy door.
Yeah, and it is a gated backyard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the fiance proves that you would have been able to get out the backyard through the gate because that's how she left.
So that is how she left? I didn't know.
That's how I've heard.
Oh, okay.
She came out the back gate. Because I was wondering what side the latch would be.
Well, I'll tell you something else that's strange. Allegedly, another guy was with her. So why we're not hearing from him? Hello?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They said that a neighbor was videoing.
Yeah, that was from inside his house. He just saw the commotion. He was trying to figure out. Everything had happened already by then. That feet away, you can hardly even see anything on that video.
Well, you might be able to see if there was somebody with her.
Well, he didn't say it.
Unless she brought somebody just in case.
She did, but what I'm saying, Hagen, he was interviewed. He never said he saw anybody else. I'm only going by what was said in the interview, honey.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say he saw her with nobody, I don't think. We learned that early on, just that there was a guy with her. What else you got?
This is just a mess. I hope he is for something.
Well,
because you just cannot have 3 dead bodies in your backyard and get away with that. I'm not saying he killed them. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, how do they go unnoticed?
Do you think they use illicit drugs?
I don't know if they were all the timers or part timers.
Okay. Because some people might think they smoked the weed and he laced it, but see, you don't even know if he was the one that gave him the weed or not. Because you have to scratch the scientists for now. If these people are known to use drugs, you really can't just blame him as just a culprit if they already had drug habits.
Yeah.
Because he just moved back 4 or 5 years ago.
That's why I keep looking at it when the game started and what time Alec got there. He said around 7.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the game was already more than halfway over, so did they go somewhere else first?
Well, they said that they did. They changed it up.
But Jordan's actions don't make him look any more innocent.
Well, what's been said now, he looks really guilty, in my opinion. So do you think Alex gets high?
Could be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, then that also brings the thing with, well, they according to what's been said about the dosage of the fentanyl, that it would kill someone. So
yeah, you don't need much. That's the whole point. You don't need much, so you don't even need a whole lot of it.
Because at first, I don't know the ins and outs of some of these drugs, but at first I was like, well, maybe it was because he was in the house.
What I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, if Jordan took any of these drugs, the reason he's alive is because he stayed in the house.
Yeah, but see, we don't know that yet.
Then,
we got to find out first if the guys died before they were frozen.
Because I had a question the way the Alec guy just popped in and popped out. Could he have dosed all of them and took off?
I don't know. That's my point. You got to prove who brought the drugs.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I say about the Alec thing is because
all the blame can't be put on Jordan. I don't care about him being a chemist now that I know that these guys probably used drugs before he even moved back. You got to prove what they used before how much they use, who was actually an addict, not an addict. You understand what I'm saying? Recreational, non-recreational, hair follicles to show how long they've used drugs. See, all that's going to matter. And then common sense will say if you can trace it back 6 months or however long, you still got to prove that this guy has been giving them the drugs. And even if he did, the point still remains also, they're grown. They are grown. So you're going to what? Yeah. Make him go down because they use drugs? You got to prove he gave them laced drugs. Now, most states don't really care if you knew, didn't know. They're in your house, so they rope you in on the charge.
Yeah. No, that leads up to like what, not reporting and...
Yeah. See, I don't know the state laws in that state to say if they will, rope him in just because they died there and they can prove that he knew that they died there. Because his theory is, well, I didn't know that they were back there dead. I would have rendered help had I known. But we know that can't be true because their items are left behind, and that's not including what we don't know was left behind, like wallets or keys on the table. So you got to think about all that. Where were their keys at? Were they inside, in their pockets? See, we don't know.
Yeah. No, I thought I heard that the phones and stuff were in the house. Mm-hmm. And that in the beginning it was said that he might have read the messages. Yeah, the people who called said they were read, which you can see when they've been read because they'll say seen. Yeah. Yeah, it'll say delivered and then it'll say read on them. So that's another problem. Why is somebody going to lie about that when you can test the phones and go in the database, do the data, run the data, and it'll show that somebody read the messages. Then it's going to show the time that they were read. I'll text my daughter and it'll say sent, delivered, and then when she reads it, it says read. Right. So see, what he's saying is, well, that doesn't matter because I only looked at the Facebook messages. That's all that got through my phone. So now we got to dissect who sent a Facebook message to the phone, and did he read those messages at the time or somewhere later? Well, if he read their messages on their phones, that means he knew their phones were there. Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the ones he claims that he got, which is through Messenger. Uh-huh. Well, that sends out an alert. So what? It sends out on like the top of your screen, or it'll say you have a message on it where you don't even have to open the app. Yeah, but that's if your notifications are on, right? Yeah. Yeah. See, we don't know that either. So see, my thing with Jordan is that he has an answer for everything, and that's just too coincidental that you have a response for every known logical question pertaining to this investigation. Well, it was also said that all these guys have hung out before. Well, they're friends, sweetheart. They're friends from high school. So well, obviously they stayed friends up until the ages that they were. Well, my next question would be is why now? Why didn't this happen 6 months ago? Well, maybe the dope wasn't bad 6 months ago. Maybe. Like somebody in the chat said, maybe they just started using fentanyl and they died at one time. I don't know. Yeah. Thousands of questions. Oh, I know. This turns out to be more questions than answers. That's why we have to wait for the medical examiner in the toxicology. This is probably just the preliminary. The real report is going to show you how long they had usage in their bodies, period. If these are avid users. And the exact amounts and... Yeah, your hair follicles are going to show, oh, you've been using for 6 months. See what I'm saying? Not only that, that'll also show how long they had been laying there. Well, Yvonne, that's what we're talking about. We don't know where anything came from. Like I said, I can't put all the blame as far as the drug usage on Jordan. That would just be childish to just say that. Chemists or no chemists, scientists or whatever, I'm not going to say that man forced anybody to get high. I thought at first perhaps he could have done something to them, nefarious, or maybe he got mad at them about something. They had a falling out. When I heard that he was a scientist, my mind started running. But once I heard they've been using drugs
that just told me they were probably using before Jordan even moved back. So I can't say a grown for men to get high. What I have to hear is that they just started using drugs, or their hair follicles show they haven't used prolonged, like 6 months, 8 months, something like that. And then you still got to prove, if they weren't avid users, where the drug came from in order to try to say that Jordan is the cause of the bad drugs. You got to prove he handled it, he manufactured it, he bought it, he sold it. You got this cousin saying, well, he's the go-to guy, he's the chemist, he made drugs before, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's got to be proven now. That's the state's job to say, we got to go in now and investigate this guy as a drug chemist.
Yeah, because it could be said that I brought the drugs.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Anybody could have brought the drugs. Any one of the guys could have brought it. We don't know. One guy could have brought fentanyl. One could have brought the weed. One could have brought the cocaine. You can't put it all off on Jordan and say, well, he had all the drugs. Because the mother, his mother, Dave's mother's getting all that information from one of them cousins or somebody in the clique that knew that they all were getting high anyway. That's why I kept saying, I won't doubt. Somebody knew they were getting high, they just didn't want to tell the news that. You see what I'm saying? Well, now you got the cousin basically saying, oh, yeah, they knew to go over there. That's where everybody went to get the stuff. So that means they've been getting high.
Yeah. And they knew to go over there.
They knew to go over there. So that's not somebody holding a gun in somebody's head. Hey, take these drugs. You've been doing it.
It's not like, exactly.
And you know there's a risk in getting high. You know there's a risk in experimenting on stuff that you don't normally take. Let's say they were just weed smokers. Well, at some point it escalated perhaps to other drugs. See, I don't know. Was this the first time taking the cocaine? Don't know. First time fentanyl? Don't know. That's where the hair follicles is going to come in. That's going to show they were using long before January 7th.
Yes.
Do you think Jordan made the fent himself? I don't know. Jesus, how can you make the fentanyl yourself? I don't know. That's a good question. It's a very good question.
I make fentanyl.
I don't know. See, that's what you got to ask.
I know they can make methamphetamine.
How you can make, you can make the meth. But the fentanyl, that's coming, if that's heroin, another form of heroin, wouldn't that be coming from the plant or something? I don't know.
It comes, right, from my understanding, fentanyl is a painkiller of some sort, but I hear it comes from like Mexico or China or both.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Now, I don't know if he can make that. He could probably make some type of knockoff since he is a scientist.
Yeah.
See, that's the whole thing. We don't really know what he can make. Yeah. Okay, somebody says fent is synthetic, so that means it's just a bunch of chemicals that can be put together. Okay, Yvonne, thank you. Okay, so who's to say then? Maybe so. See, I don't know much about that, so I don't want to put my stamp on something that I say something incorrectly.
Yeah, that's why I'm not too sure about some of these drugs. Like, I've not.
Well, see, but let's just go here. If we're to believe this young man who's related to one of the victims, that he's a chemist, he's been doing this for years, he likes to make stuff, make them feel good, whatever, then possible they've been going over there since he moved back, and they've been experimenting with different type of stuff that he's made or street stuff bought, because everybody knows weed, you buy that off the street. That's not made in his house that we know of unless he's growing it there. So let's just go out on a limb. They were experimenting with different types of stuff. Some probably could have brought some stuff, or he could have been the supplier of all the stuff. I don't know, but I still can't see one person supplying people drugs every fucking day and weekend without no restitution.
Yeah.
Because that's going to get expensive, me trying to get myself high and other people high. What am I getting out of always being the one buying the dope or making the dope?
Well, I don't remember who it was. I don't know if it was a mother, but somebody said that they couldn't afford it.
That's Miss Marquez. That's Dave's mom. That's the one that was found in the chair. See, I said that was a good comment to make because you can buy dope at $10 a pop, so that's bullshit.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
They could take turns.
Yeah. But like my friend said, like somebody said,
next week.
But like Latrice said, there are going to be times when you want to get high by yourself. We can't sit here and think that they always get together to get high, and that's the only time they get high. Once you have an addiction, you're not waiting to go to some fucking football game to get high. You're buying shit over here, over there, whenever you can get it. So that's why I'm saying we have to wait for the autopsy, the toxicology, the full report to show how long everybody's been using. Because people are still going to keep asking thousands of questions like what you're doing right now. You're still questioning shit, and they didn't just told you the drugs in the system. But now people going to say, well, how long they been using? And who had the dope? And who brought it? But let's think about it in the real world. Most people really don't give a fuck. Because what they're saying to themselves is, you're a user regardless of where it came from. If a snow fairy brought it down, okay, you didn't have to use it. That's the point.
Yeah.
You gotta prove that somebody in that group did not use and took something without knowledge of it being inside of whatever. A soda pop, Coca-Cola bottle. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let's see. Remember that chemist that killed a guy and she knew how to make acid and she put him in a barrel with acid. She made it her storage unit. She worked at a lab. Unbelievable. Okay. Exactly, Gen 7. You can afford it if you want it. Exactly. That's the point. And that's what his mother needs to understand. She's grieving. So, she's doing what a lot of people do. They talk out the side of their neck. They're repeating gossip. Your son was 9 times out of 10 a possible user before Jordan even moved back to Kansas City.
And if you didn't know, they could have been closet users.
Well, and that's my point. Somebody knew that they used. Obviously, a few people probably knew, because if Alex texted somebody that they used drugs, okay, that's now 2 people stating that there's drug usage. So I can't put it all on Jordan. I got to have proof he did something nefarious. Now, in the beginning, I thought maybe he could have done something only because they said he was a scientist. And so I said, well, damn, maybe he mixed something up nefariously. He was mad at them. They had words. And then I said, well, then it'd have to be pre-planned, get all the guys over there, put something in a soda pop bottle. But this is before I even knew what the drug was. I said, I'll wait to see what the drug actually is, and then I'll decide if he did it nefariously. You understand what I'm saying? But when you start talking about cocaine and fentanyl, those are street drugs. That just leads me to wonder, either something was laced or somebody willingly took them.
And not only that, those are hardcore.
Well, yeah.
I don't believe anyone's going to start out that way, but I could be wrong.
Well, every drug has to have a start. It doesn't matter what kind of drug it is. It don't matter if it's marijuana, if it's fentanyl, heroin, crack. Everybody has to start somewhere.
Yeah.
I think he knew they were out there and didn't report it. Yes, Gen 7. I will agree with you. Why did the women break the basement if the bodies were outside? Well, he had it fenced up. You couldn't get in probably from the front of the house through the fence.
The latch was in the inside of the backyard.
Yeah, and I saw a latch made like that. I visited somebody last Friday, and the property where they live, the adjoining business had a fence identical to that type of fence with the black latches. And I did finally see a latch on the outside, but I didn't notice that same type of latch, of course, with this house that's in Kansas City.
Yeah, because when I first heard the story, I wondered if the latch was on the outside or the inside.
Yes, Grazer, exactly. You also don't need that much fentanyl. And yes, Cuomo put a picture up to show. I didn't show it to you all because I didn't pan the camera around. But the pencil had just a little minute crumbs on the pencil head. So if that's enough to kill you, I mean, my goodness. It was like, it's like dust up there. It's dust on the pencil head. So that wasn't a lot of fentanyl that they showed as far as crumbs. So you don't need a lot of fentanyl to die.
No, because the way it was explained to me, it's like 4 granulates of salt.
Yeah, it's nothing. It's not even enough to even, let's say if it was like sugar. Trust me, your coffee, you wouldn't even taste it.
Exactly. But they had 3 times the amount.
Where did you see that? Three times the amount?
somewhere. It was.
Well, if it was 3 times the amount,
limit or something.
it still ain't a lot. By what that little crumbs that they showed on the pencil head.
Well, that could have been, put in a blunt.
3 times. That's probably not. That's not even a teaspoon.
The only thing I don't get is, well, I guess the whole toxicology would have to come out is.
Yes, Javon.
In each
That's the point we're making. Is that fentanyl, you can die just by being exposed to it. So just imagine if they didn't even ingest it, but they said it's in their system, so that means they took it. So that means they didn't even die by just being in the company of it. If it's found in their system. He didn't say, oh, they inhaled it. It's a wicked story. This is the reason why you don't need to use drugs. That's my cautionary tale. Just don't get high. Don't purchase it. Don't smoke after people. If you're a weed smoker, buy your own marijuana, smoke your own marijuana. Because you don't know, people do lace things all the time. Don't pop pills, don't take pills. People can put anything in a pill. You don't know what a pill is. That's why you don't get high. That's the cautionary tale. Don't use drugs. Because you're risking your life, even if you're buying it thinking you know what it is. You can't say you know what it is. That makes no sense. Oh, I know it's a Molly. I know it's an X. No, that's somebody saying that's what it is. And just like they said, they actually have drugs that are knockoffs of the real Molly, the real X. So you don't even know what the fuck you're taking.
Exactly.
It's just crazy.
Pill stampers now.
Yeah, you're just crazy. Oh, it's a Molly, girl. Take it. You'll feel better. Yeah, at the cemetery. You're going to feel real good. Guess what? Take this pill. You'll never wake up again. That's what the drugs should say. Take this pill. You'll never wake up again. You don't have to worry about your light bill, your mortgage, your car note. You're going to be dead.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Not that you can take any of those things with you, but,
Yeah, but it's nice to enjoy it while I'm breathing.
I know, right?
As if the drugs could talk for themselves, right? You don't know if it's even Tylenol. Exactly. That's why Banfield was saying Ricky's backpack had antacids in it and ibuprofen. The police couldn't have taken those because how did the family get those bottles with those pills in it? Who's to say there's not dope in those pills? He could have had a bottle, 3 or 4 Tylenols that were fentanyl or something else. We don't know if they're users. You could just put it in a Tylenol bottle.
And see, whoever got the backpack with the bottles in them,
yeah.
If I were them, I would turn them over to the police.
Why would I do that?
Because you don't know what's in those bottles.
Well, was I supposed to be looking in their bag?
Well, if the cops ruled it as no foul play, then it wasn't a real crime scene then.
Right.
At the time.
So they didn't go in the house to really inspect anything.
Apparently not.
Because maybe that's what they thought when they walked up. This ain't shit. Just some old guys doped up, got high, fell out. Probably didn't go in the trash cans. Didn't look in the sink. Didn't look at the glassware. Didn't look at the table. It was a great room right near the kitchen. Let's go look and see if anything's suspicious. But really, if you thought it was dope, you're supposed to go in the house anyway to check for paraphernalia and drugs.
Well, they thought they froze to death. Well, that's what they said.
Nobody in their right mind will believe that bullshit. Ain't no way I'm going to believe 3 grown-ass men froze to death.
Well, that's why I say maybe 1, but not 3.
No. I'm not going to believe 1 more. I'm not going to believe 1 froze to death. Why would I believe a grown person that is not a toddler or infant would freeze to death? Even a fucking 5-year-old knows to go inside their code.
Well, not only that, the latch was on the inside so they could get out the back gate.
Well, they could get out. They were going to get out any kind of way they wanted to get out. The 3 big men, 2 big men and a small one. You know how to break glass out of a window?
Yeah.
If you were locked out, you still would kick the glass in through the door, through the windows. He had windows all around the backside. So you had a lot of windows to break in if he got mad at you out and locked you out. So that scenario don't work.
Yeah, and he had a set of sliding glass doors.
And then you're not gonna pass out just because somebody locked you outside the fucking house. I have heard warnings not to pick up money off the ground because it could have FINED on it. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, they tell you that too. Envelopes on your car, letters on your car. That's to incapacitate you so somebody could rob you, you know, in the mall, shopping mall and things.
On the side of the road.
Say what?
Yeah, you're not supposed to pick up bottles on the side of the road.
Well, who does that, Hagen?
Well, I used to along my ditch.
Oh, my God.
I live in a rural area.
You know what? Talk up here is not how you talk in the comment section. I think I got an imposter up here. This is not the same Hagen. No, but I'm being serious. There are all type of scams where people try to incapacitate people, you know, and that's why they tell you to be careful touching stuff, you know, in your car, because they have found stuff laced in envelopes in your car. That's to get you to stop, you know, be still, open it up, then pass out. Then here comes the robbers, you know, rob you. There's always, you know, there's always things that people come up with a way to just, you know, deceive you.
Yeah.
But I'm at 4 hours. I'm going to end this live stream. Anything else you want to top out with?
No, I think I'm good. It was good talking to you, and happy belated
Yeah, if you didn't get, thank you, honey. You done gave me a run for my money on this damn live with all these damn scenarios. I'm like, oh my goodness, Jesus wept.
Well, when I heard the story, these things went through my head, and I'm like,
Yeah, and it's, you know, naturally, no matter what, users, non-users, however it turns out, you know, everybody has their perception of things. It is tragic because they were, you know, children of God. They were parents, friends, brothers. So nobody was expecting these three men to die, definitely not die at the same time. We have a guy who has only been talking through a lawyer, which to me doesn't count as somebody that has any empathy for their so-called friends. And I do believe that Jordan had knowledge that these men were deceased. I do believe he covered up the deaths. And I don't know if the police thoroughly investigated. I'm thinking that they didn't because of the backpacks and things left behind. We don't know what else was left behind. We've got too many people chitter-chattering with the news. And I would prefer if somebody would just come forward and sit at a fucking round table and give the 411 about Jordan, give the 411 about these guys, if they were regular users or not, criminal backgrounds, any arrests, any suspicions of deaths pertaining to Jordan. Was he ever in any other type of situation where people died, overdose? Just bring the 411 and be done with it.
Yeah.
And the autopsies are definitely going to count to give us, you know, what problems any of them could have had, time of death, all that's going to be crucial. All text messages by everybody, phone calls that went unanswered, all that's going to be prevalent and to say if this guy is, you know, covering up this crime. And then, yeah, text messages and calls seen, any calls and messages that were seen, you put a time of death, that can coincide to say, well, the dead man was dead at this time. To our knowledge, they couldn't have been looking at the cell phone. Thank you all. Thank you. Okay, that's fine, Tears. We'll try to call you. I'll probably call you on my phone. Maybe I can get through better on the phone than on this computer because I don't know what was going on. But thank you for trying. Thank you all. Go ahead. Go ahead. Hey.
Yes. No, I was just, you know, if they were more transparent, not only would that work for a lot of folks, including the family.
Yeah, you think the family wasn't transparent?
No, I'm talking about the police.
Oh, well, let's ask about that. Do you think the relatives and family were transparent in the beginning? Do you think they knew that they were users? They just want nobody to know?
If they didn't know, they had to suspect it.
Okay, all right. Okay. I think some of the people probably knew. Maybe the mothers didn't know that they had users and sons, but they do know now. And they may still be trying to put it all off on Jordan, but they can't put it off on Jordan because the cousin then told it, if we to believe him, they've been using. Because you're not going to be going over there to a party house and a manufacturer if you don't get high. I can like you as a friend, but if I know you're manufacturing drugs in your fucking house, you're selling it, whatever, what the fuck am I doing over there? I have no reason to go to your house. So that what leads me to believe they have been using drugs.
Exactly.
Well, Yvonne, I know how to work it to some degree. It's just that IG is picky about how you start the phone call off. It used to be, as soon as I accepted you as confirmed you to follow me, I could send you a message or call you on video. But now it goes to, I have to follow you and then dial you up. For some reason, she couldn't come on, but Hagen answered. So that's why I don't understand, because I'm answering on the same computer. It's very strange.
It did the thing with the microphone. You had to allow the microphone after you went into the Go settings.
Yeah, see, but I didn't have to do that because mine's already set up.
Yeah.
Mine are already set up on my phone, and they're already set up on a computer because it flashed on the top saying microphone such and such enabled. So I didn't have to touch anything. I never touched microphone or anything. Huh?
You're on live. I'm making dinner.
Girl, I need to go in here and eat. I ate left. Let me tell you what I made last night, Hagen. Girl, after I got off that live last night, because I got to start eating at a decent time because these lives throw off my eating schedule. Girl, I got off the live and fried me some tilapia.
Ooh.
And I think it's 2 pieces got too crusty. But anyway, it was pretty good. I had that and some potato wedges. Some, not that one was spicy, but they're seasoned potato wedges. Oh, I guess Walmart brand. I think it's Walmart. Anyway, well, it's pretty good. And my fat butt getting ready to go in there right now. I get off this live. I'm gonna go in there and eat my leftovers, and then I'm going to put up my polls, put the same questions I put up for this live stream, put on a community board, and then if I get bored and don't want to watch no movies or nothing, I'll come back on tonight and we can talk about something saucy.
Oh.
You got any ideas? Because I'm about to leave true crime to the curb.
Yeah, I think we need to leave true crime for a bit.
Yeah, it's old. It's redundant. It's the same shit, same he said, she said, and I'm just getting older and I'm getting testy. I don't like all this going around in circles with shit. I mean, I understand it's a crime. You don't know who did what, but I just don't like all the going around in circles.
Yeah, it turns into a big circus, and then by the time you know what's done, you're just like, what?
Yeah, and and just like somebody had said, I don't know if it was law enforcement, but somebody had said, oh, once you get all the information, everything will make sense. Well, it still don't make no sense because people are still going to have their own questions to if it was laced and the guys maybe thought they were just smoking marijuana, and then somebody put fentanyl and the cocaine in there. Or they are cocaine fentanyl users anyway. See, you don't know.
Exactly.
Because now the family has to come out and say something and rebut to this information. What are they going to say? Oh, I never knew he used. Oh, I can't see him using fentanyl or cocaine. Now, maybe smoke weed, but not the heavy stuff. See, I'm waiting on that now.
Yeah.
Because somebody's going to still be in denial.
Parents that are totally in denial.
Exactly. There's going to be somebody that's in denial about the heavy stuff. Hell, might even be in denial about the marijuana.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. You said it would go to disconnect. Oh, there was something wrong then. Okay. Okay, that's fine, Tears. But thank you for trying. But yeah, if I don't want to accept the fact that my child's a user or my child experimented, then that's the version I'm going to give you. I don't know nothing. I never knew them to use drugs. I can't believe they did it. Oh, somebody must have fed them something. But see, the only reason why you're going to know, you can't say he laced put marijuana in the Kool-Aid because the weed was set up in a beverage. See where I'm going?
Yeah.
So what are you going to say? He laced the beer with fentanyl and cocaine? You know ain't nobody going to put no cocaine in no damn Coca-Cola bottle or no beer bottle.
No.
That's something you're going to mix together with something.
Yeah.
So that would lead me to believe 9 times out of 10, the guys were users and they knew the shit was mixed in with the marijuana, or the marijuana was smoked separate. Take your pick.
Yeah.
You're welcome, sweetie. That's that. Thank you.
And if you were closer to the house, I'd tell you to come on over. I forgot
Where you at?
Gator wedges. I'm in North Carolina.
Shit out. Hell, send it to me in the mail, damn it. Tell you to send me a heater. I'm cold, girl. Ooh, Lord. It was kind of warm today.
I have to bring it to you with the car because we got the big ones, the cast iron ones you put with logs in.
No, we can't do that. But then it burnt the whole damn building down.
We'd have to put some exhaust somewhere.
No, we can't do all that. That's for homeowners.
Well, I might give you a discount.
Girl, you're so funny. Let's see. What else I got? Okay. Huerman. Now, they're linking him to possibly that Shannon girl, that lawyer, that Ray guy. Of course, it's all circumstantial. And then my other live, part of this live is about the black boy that dumped all them damn packages down in Alabama in November 21. Because I said December 21, but he pled guilty in December 21. How do you feel about that before we get off this live? Because I'm already 4 hours plus in.
All I gotta say is people need to stop killing people. Find another way to take out your anger.
No. He dumped packages, UPS packages, FedEx.
Oh, you're talking about the mail guy.
Yeah, the black boy. He was a young boy. He was 24 years of age. That's what's a part of this live too.
There's been other cases of that.
Yeah, I'm sure have. Well, how do you feel?
I'm sorry.
Listen.
I want my packages.
Okay, listen. He only had to pay $805 for the theft charge and $655 for the court costs of the dismissed charges. So his total to pay restitution court costs is $1,460. That's it. Off of $40,000 worth of packages.
I was gonna say the packages cost a lot more than that.
$40,000. So he didn't even pay 10% in restitution for the packages. Now FedEx sent some of those packages, returned them to the people, probably repackaged them. But this is the kicker. How about they had to hire FedEx workers to go down the damn ravine and pull the packages up? So that's what he should have realized. All the time it's spent dumping 400 packages, you could have delivered them.
Yeah. That's what I don't get. When people want to do criminal things, it seems like it takes more time, effort.
It was 400 packages. You had to deliver them anyway. So you must have got mad, pissed off, whatever happened that day. And so you said, I'm going to go in this truck and walk back and forth, dumping this down a ravine. He probably just threw them from the road. That's probably what he did, because I don't think he went down there and carried them down there. So he just threw them from the side. The fact that you didn't think that somebody could see you dumping the package, that didn't make no sense. All the work to take all the packages off and dump. So then you got to ask yourself, how big was the truck? Did it haul only the 400, or there were more on there and he stopped at 400? This sounds crazy.
Yeah. And most FedEx and UPS now, they take pictures when they leave your packages.
Okay. Well, guess what? Guess what I saw today in my notifications?
Uh-oh.
UPS is laying off 12,000 people.
Oh, no.
Atlanta branch, yeah. Came up on my notification. But I definitely want to talk to you all about the dumping of the migrants, because that needs to be talked about. And this convoy stuff, I haven't done any research on what that's about. So I'll probably listen to that while I make my food. But what's going on out there in Texas? Are people rallying to stop the migrants, or they're aiding the migrants?
I think it's a little bit of both. And I think I don't really think it's illegal for them to cross the border or something right now because of Biden, or I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. Well, I'm a Democrat and I don't condone coming into this country illegal, because there are too many people who do it the legal way. They do it either through the lottery or they do it through, applying for citizenship. And that's just not fair to people who are sitting here actually waiting for green cards and so on. And you know what I'm saying? And visas and stuff. That's not fair to them. You have kids who come here as students, with some people back in the summer, and they couldn't even stay here.
they're sending minor children across the border with no parents.
Okay, now see, that's ridiculous. Well, people are being raped. I've heard of that. Women being raped. You just get up, go on the side of the road, rest for a while. You don't know these people that you're traveling with. Yeah, they're your own people, but it doesn't mean that they want to assault you.
Yeah.
And what the shit they were doing over there in New York, putting them in hotels and all of that. That's crazy when you got homeless people outside. You're not putting them in fancy hotels. So why are you putting the migrants in the hotels? But see, this is what happens. The people get here, everybody feels guilty and bad. So we got to take care of them. We got to feed them. We got to clothe them. We got to put them somewhere. But the point is, you're not doing that for your own people who are homeless out here. 2, you don't know the kind of people, you don't know the people that you're helping crossing the border. They could be criminals on the run, murdered, slaughtered some people. Now they're crossing over the border. You got to think about stuff like that. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
What? And it's a lot of army age unknown men coming over. Army aged? Wait, what do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. Army age.
Army age.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I can barely speak Cajun French. Now I need to watch Dora the Explorer. What, girl, stop.
Oh my God.
I'm not touching that. I'm not touching that. But I'm just saying, it's just a bunch of bullshit. In the age to go to war, so to speak. Like, they are younger males who in the age to go to war. Well, what that has to do with anything? Them going to war. I'm just saying, children don't need to be crossing alone. Pregnant women don't need to be coming over here just to have the baby over here. And you got criminals possibly crossing over. It's just too dangerous to be crossing over, period. And you should be legal. That's how I feel. And I'm telling you something else I'm sick of. I'm sick of people living here and they can't speak no English. You can't expect me to go to Spain and not know Spanish. You understand what I mean? They want me to know the native tongue over there. Yeah, they'll cater to us, but at some point that's going to get old being in a foreign country and you can't speak the language.
Yeah.
It's bullshit. That's just like where I live right now. They've got some Hispanic people living in the buildings, and I'm just sitting here thinking, they can't even speak English. I've been dealing with them for about a month now, and we have to talk through the cell phone. And I'm thinking to the landlord, I know your dumbasses don't know no damn Spanish, so what the fuck is wrong with you? You got people working here that you only going to talk through a fucking cell phone? Does that make any sense?
No.
And how do they pay their bills? And then too, how are they paying their bills? Because everything's automated now. How are you paying them? They got to know how to read the money. They also got to be able to know how to read when they get the light bill, the gas bill. We pay all that. So how are you doing that as far as them living and paying you rent for the apartment? You paying their gas bill? You paying their light bill? Are you taking a portion of that out of the money that you're paying them? See, don't get me started.
Well, if they've come over here with a group, they have one guy, like back in the day, it used to be migrant workers. Mm-hmm. The one guy would make sure they all had housing and everything. Yeah. Okay. And I'm guessing he would take that out of their pay. Well,
and guess what? They drive too. There's 2 guys living in an apartment with a girl, and the guy and the girl got 2 kids, and then they got the 1 male roommate, as far as I know. Each of the guys got automobiles. So how'd you buy a car? How'd you get the car? Look, how'd you get the car registered?
They didn't. Most of the time, if you look, it's got a Florida, a Georgia, or an Alabama tag. I don't know the reason.
You're not listening. Hagen, the cars have Tennessee tags, honey.
Oh, they have Tennessee.
You're not listening. They live right here where I live.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but like the ones that come in from...
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about people right here, yards away from my door, paying bills with Tennessee tags. One guy just went and got another car. It has a Tennessee tag on it. So how are you buying the car? How are you registering it? And you can't speak fucking English.
Unless they get someone else to do it for them.
Yeah, and that's risky doing that.
Yeah.
See, this is the stuff that don't make no sense to me. How these people have been able to live in the United States, can't speak English. They're buying cars. They're registering cars. They don't have legal driver ID. You got to have all these things to live in America. So how are these people been doing this for years? And then what really pisses me off, your child is 10 years old, 6 years old. They know English and you don't. That don't make no sense to me.
Well, if you watch, they get their kids to do for them a lot too.
But why are you want to send your kid to a fucking school to learn English and go to school and you don't ever say to yourself, I want to learn English? And I know English is the hardest language to learn. That's been said. And I get it because we have so much slang terminology. That's why people can't grasp English well. But the point is, if a fucking 3-year-old, 4-year-old can learn English, your grown ass can learn it. This is bullshit. And I'm just
TV.
Huh?
All they have to do is watch TV.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I'm being funny.
Yeah, but I'm just saying this has to stop because we are suffering. As you see with the inflation, everything's high, everything is gone up, rent's gone up, mortgages gone up, housing has gone up, and this catering to people illegally, it cannot go on anymore. This going to war, listen, this going to war with people, this going to war for others, aiding in wars, that needs to stop. All that needs to stop. You going to war with somebody, call Tyrone. Call somebody else. Stop calling us. And we need to stop answering. Stop volunteering. So what? Somebody's going to war. They don't get along. Okay, it's not our problem. We don't have nothing to do with it. When it affects America, then we say, okay, we get ready to go over here. They got American hostages. Okay, then we intervene. But just every fucking time something goes wrong, we are always intervening. And I get it. There's nothing wrong with helping. But look at all the countries that we have aided since the buildings fell. That's a lot of fucking countries. We don't even have enough fingers and toes to count all the times we have intervened on some bullshit.
Exactly.
Oh, thank you, honey. Yeah, I'm tired. And have one person they know that speaks English and does everything for the family, unfortunately. Well, hippie, that's probably what's going on. But I couldn't rely on that because that's how you get yourself hoodwinked and bamboozled, by using one person to, navigate for you, put cars in their name. They could come by and pick up your car and take it. What are you going to do about it? It ain't in your name. So you got to think. You can't trust people to do right by you, whether you can speak English or not. I'm not getting ready to go out here right now and let somebody give you money to put in your name and then you say, oh, well, you could drive it, but I'm the one that paid all the money for the car. Knowing you could come by here right now, get a key made and drive the car off, and legally I can't even prove that's my car or that's my house. Forget that.
No, I have 2 cars in my name, mine and my daughter's, because she won't be 18 till the 16th.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, see, that's what I'm trying. Well, Yvonne, and I'm glad you said that. I don't sound like a Democrat. That's what people need to understand. Why you don't throw stones at the Republican or the Democrat or the Independent. Everybody don't agree with everything that is what you consider a Democrat would think or do. Republican, it's all the same. All of us are not going to be in agreement. There are a lot of things that the Democrats voted to do that I was not in agreement with, such as the Obamacare. I didn't agree with that because I felt like you don't have a right to tell me I have to go out here and get medical insurance and then you're going to fine me because I didn't sign up. I thought that was despicable. Now, me and Obama could have went toe to toe on that because there are a lot of poor working people, and if they can't afford to pay their bills, what made you think they could afford fucking Obamacare? Exactly. They couldn't. And I was disgusted at that decision he made because I couldn't understand what would possess him. You're saying in your head, well, I want all Americans to have, insurance. Yeah, but you're forcing me. You're forcing somebody. You don't have that right to force nobody to get insurance. You don't have a right to do that. Now that, to me, it's like third world country, what do you call it with the Russians, communists. And yeah, that's communist behavior. You don't force somebody to go get health insurance. If that's the case, you'll start forcing us to do, well, you can only live in this neighborhood and we're only taking incomes of this nature from this street to that street. See where I'm going?
Yeah.
Where would you draw the line? We're only accepting people in college that have a 4.0 grade average. You can't have below 3.8. See where I'm going?
Yeah, the problem is that happens everywhere, every day, though.
Well, it probably do. But I'm just saying, if we're going to start acting like communists, we're going to have a problem. And this is why people are so combative and so unruly. It's just the world's gone backwards.
It's gone to heck in a hand sack. It really has.
Okay, Hippie said I had to pay a lot of money because I didn't have insurance at that time. Okay, Sundown says we couldn't afford it and got penalties. They took out an income tax return. Oh, yeah, they sure did. See, that's what I'm saying. How is that fair? That's not fair. Now you're messing with somebody's income tax. Fining, taking out the income tax, that's not right. I mean, I liked Obama, but that's the one thing I did not like was that shit right there. That was wrong. That was wrong.
Well, see, I don't look at it as Democrat, Republican, whatever. I look at it as
right. Because
we need our government to do what's best for the United States.
Yes, exactly. And we can honestly say that what we have seen, everything is not designed to help everybody. A lot of rules and regulations and laws are for people with higher income brackets, certain demographics. And that's not right because we all have to live beside each other. We all have to walk by each other, work with each other. And so everybody needs to be treated equally, whether they're short, tall, fat, Jew, black, white, Arab. Everybody needs to be treated accordingly. I'm the type of person, I don't care about who the neighbor is. All I want is for you to act like you got some damn sense. So if you're Arab, if you're a Jew and act a fool, I don't like you. If you black, act a fool, I don't like you. You white, act a fool, I don't like you. That's it.
Exactly.
I don't need to know nothing about you being a Democrat, Republican. You act a donkey's ass, I got a problem with you. So conversation tell everybody, whether you Democrat, Republican, you ain't neither, you act a damn fool, Queen got a problem with you. That's what I care about. Do you empty your trash, put your trash in the dumpster? See where I'm going?
Yes.
Do you keep your yard cut?
I utter that all the time. I'm like, don't bring up religion.
Yeah. Do you put your dog on a leash? That's the shit I'm concerned about. I don't even care about that other stuff because I don't have time to be worrying about who's a Democrat, who's a Republican. That shit don't mean nothing to me because everybody is flawed. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody sins. So I don't have time to sit up here and worry about a Democrat or Republican. And I hate when people do that when they start putting that shit in the comments. Oh, it must be because it's a Democrat city. And you cannot tell somebody how to act. Just like people get mad about Chicago, Detroit because they have crime. Well, we have crime everywhere. We have crime in cities that are ran by Republicans. Red states. Those red states have cities with a lot of crime. It doesn't matter who's the mayor, who ain't the mayor. You cannot tell somebody to obey the law. If they don't want to obey the law, they could get a Republican mayor right now. The people still will hold you up at gunpoint.
Exactly.
The people still breaking your house. You think they're walking around saying, well, if we had a Republican mayor, I wouldn't break the law. I mean, come on now.
If they want to get political, here's the thing, inflation, the government can bring that back down so that people aren't hurting, people aren't starving.
They're going to have to do something.
And people don't need to rob people.
Well, and that's why, and guess what? More people are going to rob so long as you have inflation, so long as you have people that don't want to work, so long as you have hardships, so long as you have people who are mentally inept to have empathy. There's nothing you can do about it. And you have white-collar crimes, you have low-type crimes. You have people who are well off, they have no reason to be stealing from people, defrauding, but they do it. But then they'll go judge somebody for stealing a bag of Cheetos and a pair of shoes out of Payless. You understand what I'm saying? How's that different?
Yeah.
Theft is theft. Whether you're stealing millions or you're stealing a couple 100,000 or you're stealing socks out of Walmart.
Yeah. Theft
is theft.
Yes.
You can't say, well, it's a white collar crime. You still stole somebody's money.
Either way, someone loses.
That's exactly. The consumers lose when you steal out the stores. Somebody lost their money by investing in you and you lied to them. It's all the same.
Yeah.
It's all the same. Hello, honey. Thank you.
People end up hurt regardless.
They hurt regardless. And on that note, I'm out of here. You have a wonderful evening. If I come back on, I'll send you a text. to let you know, okay?
All right.
Okay, thank you, Hagen.
All right, you enjoy your
I hope I wasn't too rough on you.
No, you're fine. I need a good...
Well, you know, I always tell people, I always try to make y'all think about what you're saying.
The beginning of the story. Make it make sense.
Yes. You know what I think I want to talk about? Just like this case right here, everybody's, you know, trying to dissect what happened with these Kansas City 3. Let's talk about the date scam. Because, you know, it's a choice, once again, to message people, listen at them spin a web. You send a check, you send a money order, you send money on a Cash App card, whatever, deposit money in an account. A man recently, right up East Tennessee, right up there near Johnson City, he killed himself because he got scammed. And guess what? He was married.
Oh, no.
And he was an older white man. Yeah. He was a school teacher.
Why would you send money, though?
Because he was messing with a woman on a date site.
All he had to do
He thought he was in love.
Dinner?
So what?
All he had to do was meet up and go to dinner. He didn't have to send them.
Hagen! Oh, my God. She's not real.
Okay.
Now, Hagen, don't start this damn bullshit. You know the person wasn't real. It probably was a guy pretending to be a lady. Allegedly, the person perpetrated herself as a famous person. The family won't reveal who the famous person is supposed to be. But the person was emailing him, pretending she was famous. Well, common sense should have told him, if he's smart, you're a school teacher. If she was famous, why does she need money from you?
Exactly.
Well, guess what? The couple came from upstate New Jersey, if I'm not mistaken, and it was a black couple. I think they're foreign, but either way, it was a guy and a girl tag team that swindled him out of quite a bit of money.
Lord.
Yeah. Yeah.
No good deed goes unpunished.
Yeah. So you have to use common sense, whether they said they are Britney Spears or Kim Kardashian. Common sense would tell you Kim Kardashian doesn't need your money.
Exactly. And why would Kim Kardashian be bothering with? Well,
even if Kim Kardashian got on a date site, she still wouldn't be asking you for money. So anybody that sit here and have a alleged famous person posting pictures and saying, hi, how are you? And you start talking to them. And then next thing you know, she's telling you her car broke down and her debit card stopped working. First thing you would say, well, look here, Kim, I know you're a multimillionaire. And first, I don't believe this is you because I don't think you'd be on a date site. But anyway, you don't need my fucking money.
Exactly.
Block, delete. Jen says, don't talk to strangers. Somebody says, I think that's who it was. Laugh out loud. Well, but that's the point. If it's Kim Kardashian, he's not a dodo bird. He's heard of Kim Kardashian. Why the fuck would Kim Kardashian need money from you? She's a multimillionaire. Why would she need money from you? Why would any famous person need money from another person through a date site?
And why would Kim Kardashian be messing with normal, average, ordinary people?
Well,
she likes singers, rappers.
Yeah, but guess what? In the end, those same people, Kanye West and that not Britney Spears, but Brandy's brother, they're ordinary. They're no different than the garbage man or the guy that works at Taco Bell. Because guess what? You see, the shit didn't work out.
Yeah.
I got a story. If you all are interested, go into my library. I had a neighbor years ago, older black lady, true story, went over to Africa to marry a man, and he was old enough to be her son, and she married him overseas, and she became very sick when she went over there. And the gist of the story is he didn't have anything. He didn't have a place to live. He didn't have a car. She only paid one way there, which is stupid. Mm-hmm. She had to get money to get herself back. She also had to hurry to get back because she didn't take her meds with her. I think she was a diabetic. So she lost quite a bit of weight. And I don't know what else has happened to her because it's been years ago since I knew about this story. But the sad part is that she did come back. She did finally make it back, but she had a lot of problems. Her rent had got behind because obviously she was taking all this money, sending to him and then paying her way over there. Then naturally, you need spending money. So it goes to show you that people are just weak for love, wanting attention, wanting affection. And people do it even in their own demographic. You fool with people who don't mean you no good. You're doing things for them. You're helping them when they act like they can't do for themselves, or you're just being kind-hearted and doing for them, but you don't get anything in return. And that's the sad thing about life is we see the signs that people are not right for us. They're possibly using us, scamming us, but we keep fucking with them anyway.
Mm-hmm.
This woman had to be lonely. Why would you go across the seas one way to get with a man and you're old enough to be his mother?
Yeah.
You couldn't have thought this was going to work. You were 60 years old plus he was 30. No way.
And all that travel too?
Well, she wanted to see him. What you mean? She wanted to see him.
Find someone closer.
Well, she didn't find nobody closer.
Go to the local bingo hall. Or...
I can't fool with you. Oh my God, girl, you crazy. Well, she didn't want an old one from the bingo hall. She wanted a young virile man that had a little something that was working. Because a lot of older men, their body parts don't function. So I guess she wanted somebody that had a little something, they look good, but I just can't see being 60 dating anybody 30 years older or younger. That's like a 60-year-old dating a 90-year-old. For what?
Mm-hmm.
What you said, VFW? But seriously, you're 60 plus and he's 30, 32, whatever the age was. He's old enough to be your son. What about him having children? Let's say he had no kids. Are you still producing? Do you want to have a baby at 60 plus years old?
Oh, no.
Probably not. And then you could tell she wasn't in the best of health because she got sick without her diabetical meds. Then that's another thing. Why the fuck would you go way over there and don't even got your medicine?
Well,
that's
that's
crazy.
Stay in the United States, get closer to home.
Well, she didn't.
There's somebody out there for everybody.
But you see how lonely people are when you watch those reality shows, the 90 Day Fiance. I used to watch the franchise, and you saw how lonely the people were just from the shit that they did, like sending these people money. Like the black guy from North Carolina, he was dating that white lady overseas. At the end of the show, when they finally brought her on the cam, she let him know she didn't want him. She just used him. And it's like, he had to have known that. He was borrowing money from his fucking boss just so he could make his bills.
Lord.
The world's wicked.
It is.
It's wicked. But we'll talk about that at a later time. I'm out of here. We'll talk later, sweetie.
All right.
Okay,
bye.
honey. Bye, Hagen. All right, everybody. That's Miss Hagen. Thank you all so much for joining me. This is a long live. Once again, got to get me some dinner, relax, kick back. I may come on a little bit later. If not, I'll resume tomorrow. I might go late night. We might talk about something real saucy late night when the kiddies are in the bed and ain't on YouTube to pass me in the queue. Do you hear what that black lady was talking about? Turn that damn YouTube off. Carry your ass to bed. Thank you all so much for the love. This was a 2-part live about the Kansas City 3. Evidence has come back through toxicology reports that they had illicit drugs in their system, marijuana, cocaine, and fentanyl. I'm assuming they took it willingly. Maybe not. You're entitled to your opinion. We will wait to see what the medical examiner has to say about the autopsies. Where is Jordan Willis? Is he in rehab? Where is Alex? Why hasn't he surfaced? Will the families come out to speak on the findings? Will they admit that they knew that these young men imbibed in drugs? You're entitled to believe whatever you want, but I do believe Jordan had knowledge that his friends were deceased in that backyard. I do not know if they died inside or outside. Do not know if he had help in any type of way to cover up their deaths, but I do believe he knew due to the fact we have new information a coat and a backpack were found inside of the house and given to someone by Jordan to then take to the family members. That shows complicity, that he knew that they were alive, because at some point he got up from his slumber, day one, day two, and knew that those items were in his house and did not try to notify the dead men to ask them why their things were in his house. Call any of the family members or message somebody else that's friends with them to say, hey, their stuff is here. I can't reach them. No one has come forward to say that he did that. So that shows me he knew that they were dead outside. Will charges be brought against him by the state? We will see. Thank you all so much for following this network. Like, share, subscribe, drop your comments below. Thank you for taking the polls during this live stream. Feel free to take the polls on my community page once they're up if you missed these polls. And God bless all of you. Have a safe weekend. Stay warm. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $sign McAngie 129 Cash App. Stickers and chats are always welcome during the live stream. Possibly come on a little late, and we will talk about grown folks talk, and it will not be true crime. Amen. You've been listening to the Father Excel. Thank you.